Where it needs to be. Yeah, what do you guys think?
This murder puts me in the mood.
What's your opinion on E36s?
It's the superior chassis.
Man, where are you, man? I need plants everywhere, man.
Since I was a chick, but before opening and filming the skits, I had to go to get rich. I broke down, can't fix that shit. I cried that night, I admit that shit. I'm too old, I whip that bitch. She left me alone, but I miss that bitch. Right now, I hate that bitch. Shame on me, but they think I switch. Fuck old friends, I don't know that bitch. Bricks too big, can't hold that shit. Can't get done when I hold that shit.
meter set so you don't turn on and stuff. Yeah.
Come out here because every round there's always somebody new to look out for. You know, we, like you said, Will Couch, and you know, and there's cars like Mark III Supra that's out on the track right now. Yeah, I think yeah, I believe qualifying has commenced.
Let me take a look at that. Well, first up qualifying, we had Alan Godoy. It looks like Brandon Bass went for his first qualifying run. So we're going to try to keep you up to date on all information. Plus, if you guys can stay tuned and get on the Klutch Kickers website, they will have a live bracket with live scores being updated continually, so you guys can stay up to date with all the information. So that was... Oh, okay, so we got Alan got a 35 on his first run. And Brandon looks like he got a 0. All right, so next we're moving on to Brandon Whitnick. Brandon Whitnick, not a stranger to Klutch Kickers. We've seen him put down some really stellar runs and had some hard-fought battles.
Yeah.
I think last round, wasn't he going back forward with Taylor Ray?
Yeah, it was like 2 more times.
Yeah, 2 or 3 1 more times.
It was absolutely nuts. And as we know, Taylor Ray is a really good driver, and Brandon was putting it to him. So
here he goes, initiating. Judges are looking for as much speed on initiation as possible and to carry it out as wide as they can through outer zone number 1. And he comes into the touch and go. Ooh, deep right on that line there. Not required to tap that wall in the touch and go. Just need to get in there. And here he goes into outer zone number 3. Putting down a nice solid run is Brandon Whitnick as he makes his way out the track.
Yeah, Brandon Whitnick with a nice impressive run. A little bit long of a e-brake pull on initiation. You can see the car bobbled a little bit going into outer zone 1, but throughout the rest of the run it looked very smooth and consistent. So we're going to see what the judges have to say about that run.
So as the judges are coming up with this score, we just want to let you guys know that the judges are going to be using 3 different criteria: style, which is going to be worth 35 points, angle, which is going to be worth 30 points, and line, which will be worth 35 points. So that's what the judges have to work with. Each judge will be judging according to what they see, based on the line that they set before the drivers in the drivers meeting. So they're going to be looking for the drivers to put as much angle, show as much style as they go through, and just put on a good show for everybody here. It looks like Brandon Wicknick walks away with a 73. So
73. That looks like our number one qualifier for now.
We'll see.
I just wanted to reiterate our judges for today. We have Officer Dan. We also have
Dwayne Ramsey.
And Will Parsons. Got a little stuck there with the names. But yeah, they've been our judges for this year, and they do an excellent job. I mean, every time you talk to them, and they point things out that you're like, wow, that should have been obvious for us, and we've still missed it. So they eagle eyes as judges.
Yep. So I'm going to put a hold here because this is one of my favorite cars here today. Me being an E30 fan, a huge E30 lover. I started drifting and learning in an E30, progressed with it. Sometimes I wish I didn't get rid of it, but we got Brian Sturman here, his first time at this event, coming over from the West Coast, moving down from Washington State to come join us and throw down at Klutch Kickers round 4. Let's see what he can do as he goes down the track for his first qualifying run. All right, coming through the first outer zone, just trying to hold together. Typically, the sea lottery drivers want to play conservative as they make their way through the track. Don't want to make any major mistakes that cause a zero. You want to get some points on that board. As he works his way around the track and he gets in the third outer zone, deep, just tapping that cone, riding that edge. He wants to hold it together. He doesn't want to fall off and doesn't want to spin. Good job as Brian Sturman makes his way off the track.
Yeah, Brian Sturman with that E30, he has a naturally aspirated M52 engine, which, if you don't know, is not very powerful. So I mean, to get around this track, which is known to have lots of grip, is pretty impressive. You can see that he had a little wavering going through outer zone 1 and then coming into the touch and go. He didn't exactly come all the way out to it. Outer Zone 2 looked actually very smooth, and then transitioning into Outer Zone 3, just a small dirt drop. I don't think he's going to be deducted too hard for that, but
he'll get a score down. He didn't have any major mistakes, so he should be able to get a score on the board and get himself in the show for tomorrow.
Yeah, and we do have, I believe, 55 drivers.
Yep, 55 drivers.
So, and we have 64 spots. So, meaning you just put down a score, you're in the show.
Yes. Just because you go out qualifying, if you double zero, you will not be in here. But it looks like Brian Sturman walked away with a 61, which is a respectable score in his first event at Klutch Kickers.
Absolutely, especially in an underpowered car. I mean, that car is beautiful. I went up to him and I was just like admiring his car, and you know, it's always good to see the older cars out here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. A huge fan of the old chassis. We got Christian Brown, which is, I believe, another newcomer here. So we see quite a few newcomers, and let's see how he does as he makes his way down the track. And as he initiates into the first outer zone, is he going to hold it together? Ooh, look like he's straightened out there. Oh, major straighten out there. And that looks like that might possibly be a zero. We'll see as the judges deliberate. And he's working his way through outer zone number 2. It's a good thing he didn't shut it down. He just kept drifting as he makes his way through outer zone number 3. Once again, Christian Brown making his way for his first run in the qualifying of round 4 Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series.
Yeah.
You got confirmation that was a zero. He did zero out his run, unfortunately.
His 2JZ powered Nissan 240SX definitely has what it takes to get around the track, but you can see that he had a little bit of a lack of commitment into the entry, and that really set him up for a bad run.
Yes. I will go over the qualifying zeros while we get a chance here before the next driver comes up. Looks like our next driver actually going to be Colette Davis is going to be next driver. She's no stranger to Klutch Kickers, but qualifying zeros: 2 or more tires off track, straightening or loss of drift, spinning out or opposite drift, opening of hoods, doors, trunks, etc., not as a result of contact, what we've seen in the past, unfortunately, take some very great drivers out. Failure to be at the start line when it's your time to run, hitting a rear zone marker with the center of your rear wheel forward. Oh, I'm going to pause that while Colette makes her way down the track. Here she goes, no stranger, holding that e-brake, initiating, getting around first outer zone number 1, nice and deep, and getting into the touch and go. A little shallow there. She makes her way around into the second outer zone. Nice little, what is that, like a Arizona tea kind of livery she got going on there? Looks like a green tea can, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's really nice.
It does. Nice, bright yellow front bash bar, and she makes her way. Looks like a clean run.
We can hear her car now.
Yeah, we can actually hear her car now. I got to watch her video, and that was one of the complaints that she said that she heard a lot, even on the live stream, is how quiet her car was. And we are actually not on the track, but we're able to hear her car all the way up here in the booth. So she did a good job, and it sounds amazing. It was definitely a good choice.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, her run in the beginning looked like she was very hesitant on the initiation, and who knows what the judges are going to say about that, because I didn't see like a full-on initiation until past the final initiation cone.
So you think she may be initiated too late? Well, we'll see. I don't know. It's hard to see from this angle.
Yeah.
But right now, it looks like next up we're going to have Connor O'Sullivan. Connor is very new to drifting as well.
Yeah.
I think he's been drifting for maybe a year. And we saw him last round in a borrowed S14.
Yeah,
and he did very, very well for his first time out here. So hats off to Mr. Connor O'Sullivan. And now I believe he's driving an E46 chassis. I've been following him on Instagram and Facebook, and he's been killing it. I've been watching some of his videos at the firm. He has a lot of racing experience prior.
38.
A 38
for 38 for Colette Davis. So good.
She's in the show.
She's in the show. She's definitely going to want to improve on that score, or maybe just kind of keep it there. I mean, there is a little bit of strategy that could be played as well.
Yeah. We've seen this before, where some drivers do like to play a strategy, and it's actually worked before. But we're going to be moving on to Connor O'Sullivan. It does say that he is in an E46, although I did see the S14 he was driving in last round.
I don't know. Maybe
we'll see. We'll see what he's.
Yeah, we'll see what he pulls up in. Right here, we have it listed as an E46, but no, he's in the S14. There you go.
There he is.
So maybe something happened, or maybe wanted to save the E46 for another day. We'll see. Nice initiation as he works his way through the first outer zone, coming into the first inside clip, right into the touch and go. Little off there, but getting where he needs to be, kind of mid-track. I know the judges are looking to get deeper into the touch and go, not hitting the wall, but getting closer. Drop the tire there, switching back, working his way through the third outer zone. Nice smoke, good throttle, looking at the cameras, putting on the show. Give it up for Mr. Connor O'Sullivan.
Yeah, absolutely impressive run right there by Connor. He did miss the touch and go there. That's by the wall. Now they put a wall there. I guess they were getting tired of picking up cones.
Yeah. Well, I think it's an interesting change. It probably is the only change, I believe, from last round to this round, is the addition of that touch and go wall. From what I understand, the judges are looking for them to get as close as possible to it. It is not required for them to tap it or touch it. There is a zone marker there for the judges to see. So they want them to get in that zone without hitting the wall. Now, what's interesting that they did is they actually made a mark so that they'll be able to tell how hard they hit the wall. So basically, the way it works is if a driver goes in and they hit that touch and go wall, if it moves it so far, it's going to qualify as 0. So they're allowed to tap it, but not allowed to hit it.
71
for Mr. Connor O'Sullivan. What do you think about that?
Oh, that'll move him into second place. I think it's a well-deserved score. Of course, he can work on getting into the touch and go area. Just to talk about the touch and go area, it is not required to be filled out. Just make your car get out there.
Just touch it and go.
Yeah. So.
Good deal. So I'm going to go over the last. Oh, here we go. We got another driver going down the track.
Okay.
There we go. The 8-6 driver. Sorry, I had to follow the camera there for a second as he makes his way into the second outer zone. He wants to get nice and deep there. Oh, nice drone footage as the drone makes his way over top of Devin Oh, and he spins.
What
We don't want to see that car spin. We want to see him get on the board. We want to see him battling it out tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to see that Corolla again.
Yes, we definitely need to see that car.
All right, it's a very special vehicle. It's powered by a 3SGE Beams engine, and it's supercharged, so that makes it even more special.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And as a former Corolla owner myself, I'm actually very excited to see him out here. But you know, like you have your favorite car, probably the E30,
E30,
the 8.6. These are cars we used to have. What we started in drifting with, and it's still cool to see them still out here.
Yeah, I debated on selling my 350Z in order to get another E30, but I don't think so.
I'm getting word that Ethan Hodges is going to qualify in Ryan Acevedo's car.
Oh, really? That's going to be interesting. So we'll see how that works out. It's always tricky when you switch cars in order to qualify, right?
Yeah.
And we'll see how that's going to play out tomorrow. So,
we've seen this before last year where Kevin Lawrence qualified in somebody else's car.
So Eric was supposed to go next, but his car is broken. So now we're going to have Ethan going in with Ryan Acevedo's car.
yes, nice. We're going to see how this pans out for Ethan Hodges driving somebody else's car, but it's a solid chassis, so we know the car is capable, and here he goes. All right, Ethan Hodges, you're in a borrowed car. Let's see what you can do, buddy. Initiating. Drive it like you stole it. Coming around the first outer zone. Mind you, he probably hasn't had any practice at this car as well. I don't know if he's been practicing earlier in the day in this car, but coming out here and definitely filling out the zones very well, getting deep into that second outer zone, coming for the final switchback in outer zone number 3. Getting deep towards the end, kind of a little shallow, but not too bad. Altogether, a good run. He definitely put a score on the board.
That's a driver right there.
He fist out the window. He's definitely happy.
Yeah, that's a driver right there. He got into somebody else's car and did a very nice run there. I mean, he filled out the zones pretty well, even coming off a little bit of outer zone 3 there, but it was still good enough to get a decent score. So we'll see if the judges agree with that.
Well, we shall see. The judges putting their 110% into making the right calls. We've seen just all 3 of the judges pour their heart and soul into the Klutch Kickers event, going above and beyond to make sure that they are in constant contact with the drivers, letting the drivers know what they're looking for. Always available for questions before and after the runs.
Yep.
You see a lot of experience. I believe it's almost 50 years of experience between the 3 of them. None of them are strangers to drifting, judging, or running events. So to have that experience in the judges booth is tremendous.
Absolutely. And if you're a driver out there, do not be scared to go and ask them questions, because they want to give you that information.
61 for Ethan.
61 for Ethan Hodges.
So we're going to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
Right? So he's going to he qualified. Is he going to try to top that qualifying score, or is he just going to sit with the 61 since he is in a borrowed car? We'll see.
Yeah. Right. Coming up now, we got John Wyndham in the S13 there. Really nice looking car.
Yep. Here he goes, making his way. Got some footage here. He needs to initiate before the end of that initiation zone, and he does. He makes his way through the first outer zone. He wants to get tight on that first inner clip into the touch and go. Ooh, kind of slow transition there as he made his way in a touch and go, trying to get as deep into that touch and go as possible. Looks like on the edge of the track there as he makes his way around and switching back into the third outer zone on throttle. Nice smoke. Good job, Mr. John Widham.
Yeah, great run overall. You could see that going into the touch and go, as you said, he was slowing down. It seemed like he was e-braking to get out to the zone, but that could definitely be something that the style judge will frown upon. But he still got out there, so the line judge is going to like the fact that he got out there.
Yeah.
So.
And at stake today, the number 1 qualifier, I believe, wins $1,000.
Yeah.
So that's that we saw an interesting. I believe it was last round where Rome Charpentier was sitting at number 1, right?
Yep.
And then Alec Honadale
was
on
that
a borrowed transmission I believe. He borrowed the transmission from Rome and was able to take the number 1 spot.
Yeah.
66 for John.
66 for John Wyndham.
Well, some good middle of the line scores. Who do you think the first 90 score is going to be today, guys?
Wow. It could come a little earlier than expected. I mean, we have drivers like Ben Hobson, Keone Rodriguez, Brandon McDowell, all outside of the top 10, and those guys can definitely lay it down.
I've heard you can kind of grease the wheels on the scores if you have some fruit roll-ups in your pocket.
Wait, what?
Yeah, fruit roll-ups. I heard that's a favorite amongst many of the drifters.
Interesting.
Jason Dixon making his way down. Oh, nice. FD making his way down the track. Man, that's a pretty good-sized wig. Let's see if it can help keep him on track, and it does as he makes his way. Looks like straightened out there as he made his way through the first outer zone. Not got a cone over with his wing. Nice. I wonder if he gets extra points for that. He's definitely a fun haver. As I can see it on the side of his car, he's here to have fun. Switching back into the third outer zone, holding it together. Not much tire smoke going on. Maybe just trying to put a nice solid run. And aside from that straighten out through the first outer zone, we'll see how much that's going to affect the score.
Right. So the question begs to be asked, did he maintain at least some sort of angle?
I'm begging to ask it. Did he maintain some sort of angle?
Yeah, I think that's the question that the judges are asking themselves. Did he maintain some sort of angle through outer zone 1 where you saw his front wheels get straight?
Yep. And back as I was saying before, one of the qualifying zeros would be a straightening or loss of drift. Couple of the qualifying zeros I did not cover when I was last talking was hitting a rear zone marker with the center of the rear wheel or forward qualifies as a 0. Hitting a front clipping point marker with the leading side of the car is also going to give you a fat goose egg around the score. And unfortunately, we don't want to see that. So you want to get close, but you don't want to hit things. Well, it's kind of fun when they hit stuff, but it's not good on the scoreboard, right?
No, it's not. Absolutely not. Something I've noticed with a lot of the new drivers is that they have a little bit of an issue with committing it to the first corner, because the first corner is not exactly perfectly round. It's kind of got a kink, and then it starts coming in. And it seems like that really messes them up for at least that corner, and then going into touch and go. From then on, it seems like they actually can get the rest of the course down. So we'll see what the more experienced drivers that have driven here before, how they tackle that with more commitment.
Well, that comes with confidence. The more you drive a track, the more confidence you build, the more you know the track. There's a good portion of today's competition field are all well versed in this Klutch Kickers track. So you're going to see, as the qualifying list gets going, you're going to see definitely more commitment. You're going to see a lot more aggressive driving. So it always makes for a good qualifying session. So once again, I want to say that the drivers are battling for hopefully a perfect score of 100 and to walk away with $1,000 as the number 1 qualifier. So we'll see how today pans out. Last round, Alec Honedale walked away with $1,000.
Yeah.
So we'll see who walks away with it today.
Yeah, and that's Jason Dixon with a 43 on run number 1. Let's see if he can improve that on run number 2 when the second round of qualifying starts. But yeah, touching on that point, what a interesting story that was, where Alec Honedale was sitting on a 0 because his transmission went out. Rome Charpentier with, qualifying, holding the number 1 position for almost the entire day.
Wow.
He lends the transmission over to Alec Honedale.
A couple of drivers with car problems. Mike Evans was supposed to go next, but he had a mechanical issue during practice, so he's out for the weekend. And Randy Noah was supposed to go after him, and he's suffering mechanical problems too.
Randy Noah's having mechanical. We just spoke to him in the pits. Randy, if you can hear me, what's going on, buddy?
I don't know.
Wow.
We just spoke to him. Did we give him the bad juju or what?
He probably can't hear you because he's probably fixing the car right now.
Well,
we're going to start avoiding talking to drivers so that we don't give them any bad luck. We don't want this to fall on us.
So round 1, round round one of qualifying, Mike Evans and Randy Noah walking away with the zeros. So the pressure is on now to put down a score. And as a driver, that just adds that extra pressure and an extra bit of stress to you. And Randy Noah is no stranger to stress and battling at the Klutch Kickers and having to throw down when he needs to. But that's not something you want to have to go against. But up next, we got Renato Garcia all the way from Brazil. He is a pro in Brazil, so he does have the skill, and he's driving a 350Z, and let's see how he goes. Nice initiation coming around the first outer zone, holding it together, and what seems to be almost nearly stock 350Z. A lot of, look at that suspension as that car just kind of bobbles around the track, but he's holding it together. He's got his work cut out for him as he makes his way into the third outer zone. If he can hold it together, he will put down a score. Mr. Renato Garcia able to get a score on the board.
Yeah, I believe that's a borrowed car, right?
I'm pretty sure because he is from Brazil. He lives in Brazil.
Okay.
We did get to interview him earlier today, and he's definitely excited to be here. He said Klutch Kickers, he goes, everybody knows about Klutch Kickers. He was excited to be here and drive with all these other drivers, just like any other driver that's new to Klutch Kickers. One of the biggest draws to compete in this event is to be able to drive side by side with some of these best drivers in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's a testament to the growth of Klutch Kickers. We do have some of the best drivers in the world, in the country, wherever you can find them. They come out here to compete for the $10,000 prize. So
what are the prizes today?
Good question. The prizes today: podium first place will get them $10,000. Second place will get them $5,000. Third place, they get $3,500. First, second, and third place will also receive a Grip Royal steering wheel. Fourth place gets $1,000. Fifth place will get $500. And 6th through 16th will get $400, basically getting their admission back for the event. So top 16 payouts, you just don't see that. You don't see that in drifting. To be able to get a payout within the top 16 and at least recover some of your investment for the event. But it looks like Renato Garcia walked away with a 38 for his first run.
Yeah, he walks away with a score as Sarah Harrow goes onto the track for her first run.
And she's no stranger to Klutch Kickers as well, so let's see how she does. She does have experience here, but it looks struggling through that first outer zone. And getting a little too deep into that touch and go. I know she did drop a tire. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a zero, so she just needs to hold it together. She wants to get a score as she makes her way through the third and final outer zone. Run midline, holding it together. Wow. Hopefully she gets a score on the board because, like I said, you don't want to have to carry a zero into your second run.
Absolutely. The way that went through outer zone 1, coming out of outer zone 1 and just holding on to the angle there a little bit too long, it won't bode well for her in the score. I mean, hopefully she still gets a score, but only the judges know that.
Yeah, it's going to come down to how they analyze the first part of that run through the first outer zone. Once she got past that touch and go, seemed to be a pretty solid run from that point on.
Yep.
But that first initiation, it is a little awkward, but it's a lot of fun, I will tell you.
Let's see what they come up with.
And it's great. What's great about Klutch Kickers, too, is you see people from all around the world. You see Brazil out here getting represented. We see Keone Rodriguez out here from Hawaii representing Hawaii.
Yeah.
So you see this diversity of drivers that are able to come together at Emerald Coast Dragway and compete for the Klutch Kicker in the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series is just amazing.
29 for Sarah Harrow.
29.
So she does get into the show, but she can still improve on that on her second run.
Yep. So able to walk away with a 29. She's going to want to improve that, obviously, for her second run, but she's on the board. She has that pressure relief, so she knows she's going to make it into tomorrow's competition. And next up, we have, is that a Mazda 6?
Yeah, we got Walter Johnson. He's a returning driver. He hasn't driven in the 2021 season yet, but he was here last year.
Yep, and sporting that front end conversion as he makes his way into the first outer zone. And midline first outer zone, nice and tight on the inside clip. Getting into the touch and go, going to switch back. He wants to ride that outer edge of outer zone number 2. Looks like he's doing a pretty good job, and he's going to make his final switch back in outer zone number 3. Want to hold it together. That is an infamous spin out spot as well. I've seen many drivers get zeros right there between outer zone number 2 and outer zone number 3.
Yeah, we saw that with Devin Cruzet in the A86 Corolla. But as you can see, Walter Johnson, if you remember, he went through outer zone 1 with a very shallow line, did hit inner clip 1, but then you can see he didn't make it out to touch and go there. But the rest of the run looked pretty solid, so hopefully he can get a score. It's good to see Walter Johnson back on the Klutch Kickers track.
60.
60, okay.
Hey, Mazda 6?
Mazda 6, you get a 60. So hey, he's kind of keeping it in the in the fam there.
He can't go past 69 though.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, that's the more you know.
That would be a very nice score though.
All right, so we got another first-time driver, newcomer to Klutch Kickers, newcomer to the Emerald Coast Dragway, Will Couch. We got to catch up with him in the pits as well, and he's got a nice baby blue, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
S13. He's very excited. He's only been drifting for about a year, so he's a newcomer to not just drifting, but competition. I believe this is his first competition. But let's see as he makes his way down the track, and little slight manji entry there. Makes his way through the first outer zone. Looks like he's holding together pretty good. I wouldn't think he's a newcomer whatsoever from the first start of his run there. Nice and deep into that touch and go. Riding it, dropping a tire, but he's on that outer edge of outer zone number 2. So that's where the judges want them to be. They want the drivers to fill the outer edge of the outer zones. Not somebody that I would say was a newcomer to drifting or to competition whatsoever. Good job, Mr. Will Couch.
Absolute great job by Will Couch. I mean, going into touch and go there, I thought that was very impressive because he approached it with speed and did not lose a lot of it through there. And then, of course, he filled out the outer zones pretty well, except for maybe outer zone 2 where he came in a little bit late and left a little bit early, but he still got in there. So the line judge is definitely going to be pleased with that. I think the style judge will like it as well because of the commitment.
Well, next up, we got Wyatt Webb.
Ah, Wyatt. Okay.
I want to thank all the spectators that made it out to the track for qualifying today. We want you guys to stay hydrated. Make sure you get over to all of the concession stands, or if you brought drinks, just make sure you stay hydrated. It is very hot, and hopefully we can avoid the rain. I do see the sun kind of poking his head out there, so hopefully this sun and this dry weather will stay till the end of qualifying, because we've seen several times in the past where halfway through qualifying or a little bit after the qualifying, it starts to downpour, and it kind of throws a wrench into heck. We've had tornadoes, we've had hurricanes, we've had just about everything come through Klutch Kickers, especially during qualifying. So we're just thankful to be here. We're thankful that everybody's out here enjoying drifting action. We hope that they're able to meet their favorite drivers and get some more experience, take some good pictures. We got Will Couch with a 71 for his first run. Good job, Will.
71 that's a very nice score for Will Couch in the S13 there. Yeah, as far as weather goes, I mean, we definitely want to keep it dry. Obviously, drifting is more exciting when it's dry, but there is an upside to wet drifting, making it very interesting for the drivers. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, it definitely can play strategy. Cars with lower horsepower have an advantage, so to say. So I mean, there's a lot to look forward to there as well. But we want it to stay dry because we want to have a great event with no hiccups, and of course we want the spectators to stay dry as well.
Got Wyatt Webb at the line. We've seen him before. He's not a newcomer to Klutch Kickers, and here he goes. He goes down the track. Nice initiation, making his way through the first outer, dropping a tire on inside of outer zone number 1. Very shallow in the touch and go. He's making his way around the track, but not quite on the line of what the judges are looking for. The judges are looking for the drivers to stay wide through outer zone number 1, 2, and 3 and get nice and tight on that inner clip. But nonetheless, midline, not really in the zones, but he will get a score. He didn't do anything that I see qualified as 0, so we'll see how his score comes back.
Yeah, that should be a scored run. Unfortunately, for as far as the line goes, it left a lot to be desired there. And that's another thing. The judges, when they see that inner that front tire hit that inner patch of dirt, it really is something that they don't want to see at all. It's
30.
a 30.
Yeah, 30.
Yeah.
So he got a score on the board. He will be in the competition tomorrow. So that's important. It's always good to make sure that we can see all the drivers make it, because then it makes for great tandem battles, great
Right.
top 64, great top 32. And then we get to see some upsets, which is always fun. We got Willie Espinoza from King's Performance going to make his way up next.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's not?
He's forfeiting his first run.
Oh.
Wow.
That's
Willie Espinoza in a beautiful FDRX7 King's Performance, which I believe is his own company.
Yeah.
Man, I wonder
What a
why he
shame.
forfeited his run. Mechanical issues?
No idea.
We shall see. So next up is his partner in crime, Mr. Fellow Ambavero. So he's going to come out in the E36. Fellow, no stranger to drifting, no stranger to competition. He's got many years of experience, especially in this chassis. He's been in the same chassis for quite a while. It's changed colors a couple times, but if it can put up with Fellow beating on him, it's a solid chassis. I'm a big fan of the BMW chassis, as well as you know.
Yeah, the E36 is definitely one of those chassis that it's universally known to be a very, very good chassis with lots of grip, but very easy. Not very easy, but easy enough to drive with a lot of grip.
Okay, well, see as he makes his way in initiation. Oh, dropping a tire. He's just trying to get nice and wide, and he does through the first outer zone, but he is dropping a tire. I don't know how much that'll affect his score. Gets deep into that touch and go, switching back. Good amount of smoke as he makes his way through outer zone number 2. Looks like he just touching the outside of the track. Switching back, outer zone number 3, getting nice and deep. Mr. Fellow making his way off to. Wow, that was pretty close to a straight now. So we'll see what happens there. And you want to hold it together there, Fellow, because another 0 could cost you right there. Those that are watching Klutch Kickers for the first time. Oh, somebody said okay. So Klutch Kickers watching this for the first time, if they spin after the edge of the track, that will still qualify as a 0. So we want to make sure, the drivers want to make sure that they maintain drift and, get out the track in one piece.
Yeah, so as you can see, right approaching outer zone 1, you can see he dropped the tire, got up on 3 wheels, and then dropped the tires again. Still in outer zone 1. Throughout the rest of the run, it looked really good right until outer zone 3, where he it looked like he got real straight, but maybe not straight enough. Maybe he maintained enough angle to get a score.
And it's hard to tell because there is clay at the edge of the track, so you don't necessarily have to drop a tire to spit clay out.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the judges score that run. But those guys in live stream, we do understand. We do know that you're not hearing the cars, and they are working on it. So we are working on the audio. We would like to hear the cars as well. That'd be great. Up next, we have Mr. Blake Van Thoff. He's been here before, I believe.
Yeah. Blake, he used to run the E36 with a turbo LS. Now he's in E92. Also with a turbo LS. So very excited to see him return. He was one of those drivers to look out for last year. I think we're going to see a really nice qualifying run from him. But we're still waiting on a score for Fellow. The judges are really deliberating on what happened there on outer zone 3.
If he straightened out or not, right?
Yeah, because that's a tough call. That's a tough call.
Well, he started off rough on the first turn when he went wide and dropped the tire.
Absolutely.
But it's not a 0.
Not a 0, correct. And then I think I saw him drop a tire on outer zone number 2, exiting theirs. But what happened exactly on outer zone number 3? Maybe
we shall see.
Yeah.
I will tell you, so far, up to this point in the season, we have number one in points, Alec Honadale. Then second place for the season is Ben Julian. Third place is Adam LZ, followed by Nate Hamilton, Troy Manners, Taylor Hull, Taylor Ray, Dirk Stratton, Dustin Miles, and Rome Charpentier, rounding out the top 10 of Season 2, Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series.
And any of those guys are still eligible for the championship. That's the crazy thing. They can still, within these next 2 rounds, make it all the way to the top.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not over, and there's a lot of tight races between there as well. Like if you look at between 2 and 3, which is
54.
A 54
for Mr. Fellow. I don't see Rome on today's list though. So that's going to make it interesting if Rome's planning to come out to round 5, where that's going to put on points.
Yeah, that's definitely going to move them down on the points.
So, and also I want to mention to everybody that's watching that not all the drivers here today are necessarily entered for the championship series.
Right. So most of the drivers that we've seen up to now, at least maybe almost all of them, are not championship points drivers. The championship points drivers, there's only 40 spots, and we'll be seeing those a little bit later. But here's Blake Van Thoff in that E92, beautiful car.
Yep, that's not Fellow. This is Blake Van Thoff as he makes his way, and there we go. Oh, camera, there we go, and making it through the touch and go as he goes into the second outer zone. He wants to get nice and wide, kind of slow. As it seemed like he was kind of slow making it into the second outer zone. Let's see a switch back. He wants to hold it together. He wants to put some points on the board. We'll see. We'll see how he does.
Yeah, it seemed like a very safe run for him. He wasn't trying to push the envelope there. He just wanted to get a score for that run. It's definitely apparent going into outer zone 2 where his car was slowing down a lot. Maybe he didn't want to run off course. But it's definitely going to be something viewed by the judges a little negatively.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it does seem like he put down a score, and that's always important. That way you can always take the next run to just better that score.
Yeah.
A lot of these drivers already, though, having problems with their cars after practice. It's going to be interesting to see how some of those drivers, like Willie, if he I don't know if he's having car issues or what's going on, but forfeiting your first run is an interesting tactic if he's not having any trouble.
Right.
One thing I want to point out is these drivers, they are allotted 1 5-minute timeout for the whole event. So if they use their 5-minute timeout during qualifying, competition tomorrow, when we've seen that in the past where drivers use their 5-minute timeout in qualifying in order to put down a qualifying run and then really need that timeout when competition came around. So we're going to see how that plays out. He didn't want to use timeout, so hopefully he can come back and get a score for a second run. But right now,
Blake Van Thoff with a 55.
Ah, nice.
Okay, so we got Michael Farino in the Mustang now, and he's been having issues with his car power steering wise. But he's doing really well filling out outer zone 1 there. Going into the touch and go, getting really close to it. Not going all the way out to outer zone 2, except for maybe for the latter half there. But this is a very underpowered car, and he's really putting on a pretty good show there for the judges. So we'll see what they have to say about that run.
It was a nice solid run. He made it out, looks kind of deep in the outer zone number 1 there.
Yeah.
One thing that was interesting to note, folks, that you guys that are watching the live stream at home, you see the walls there, right where the touch and go is, there is a bright orange box, and that orange box that's painted on the ground is something that the judges are using to help determine how close that the drivers are getting. Like I said, the judges told the drivers they're not required to hit the wall, and in all reality, they really don't want to hit that wall because that wall, if they hit it too hard, could cost a 0. They actually put some markers down in order to distinguish how far or how hard they hit the wall by how far it moves. So they did let all the drivers know, hey, listen, if you hit the wall, that's great, but if you move it too far, you get a 0.
Absolutely. And also that box that's marked on the ground is actually kind of small, so they're not expecting the rear wheels to go over that. Just have the rear bumper go over that, and that should suffice there. So we're just still waiting on a score from Michael Farino. I talked to him earlier. He was having power steering issues with his car. It's actually a common problem with Mustangs. I know that because I have one myself. So he's gonna hopefully get a Volvo pump in there, electric pump in the future, which will definitely help.
So we're waiting for our next driver, which is going to be Andrew Maurer. Still waiting for the score up. A 58 from Mr. Michael Farino as they move on. Judges taking a little extra time to deliberate there. I guess they were looking at some parts of the track to just put down a score for Mr. Michael Farino. But he is on the board. And next up is Mr. Andrew Maurer.
Andrew Maurer driving a 350Z.
A lot of drivers seem to be a very popular choice. I have one as well out here. And we want to thank you guys if you're just joining us. This is the Rip Royal qualifying, top 64 qualifying. We actually have 55 drivers, so there will be some buy runs tomorrow. And a few other drivers actually dropped out. I think we had a couple cars practice. Right now we have Andrew Maurer, 350Z, nice and tight on those initiation cones, getting nice and deep in outer zone number 1, tight on that inside clip, into barely see the orange paint on the ground there as he makes his way past the touch and go. Wants to get deep into that second outer zone. Nice quick flick as he gets into the third outer zone. Nice and wide, outer edge. Stay up there. Makes his way up the track. Solid run.
Yeah. So he wasn't able to get the rear bumper over the touch and go area. And then also, if you look closely, exiting outer zone 3, before he got out, the car looked like it just shot to the inside. So that's going to be something that they're going to be looking at.
Yep. The judges have a lot on their hands. They spend days and hours analyzing, going over the rule books, making sure all the drivers know what to expect, what they're looking for. All the drivers are very well versed in what the judges are looking for. So if there's any confusion, the judges are always there to offer some advice, critiques after practice. You see several drivers come up to the judges after practice, say, listen, have you watched my practice run? How did I do? And the judges, as gracious as they are, they give a good feedback so those drivers can improve their scores. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us for round 4. This is the 4th round. We got only one more round left in this $100,000 Klutch Kickers Drift Series Season 2, and that will be held on October 8th through the 10th. They're qualifying on the 9th. I believe 8th they have open for practice, early practice for the drivers. So qualifying on the 9th and competition on October 10th. That'll be round 5, the final round. And I believe after that, not too long, they'll have a nice fun day. So for you guys that have seen this track on the live stream, have not been out here and want to come out here and drive it but don't want to compete, there isn't any better time to come and practice and hang out with your friends and just drift this track. It's an amazing track. Oh, look at that. There you see Officer Dan in the center. He's not. Hey, there's Mr. Will. How we doing? He's got a nice hat. Oh, nice. And Dwayne Ramsey over there to the right. He's kind of tucked down. I can't really see him too well. Are you guys still eating hamburgers up there? No more hamburgers. I had a really deep conversation with Will Parsons and Officer Dan a little while ago. They were just full of information and excitement. Oh, Andrew Maurer with a 69.
A nice score.
He's not on the top of the scoreboard, but he's in the top of our list.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was like we said, it was a few mistakes
no straight Klutch Kickers, nice initiation as it comes through the first outer zone right angle. Let's see if he's going to scrub too much speed. He's going to have to straighten out a little bit. Oh, nice and tight. On that first hitter, Clint makes it in with the touch and go. Let's see it hold together through outer zone number 2, and he does. Cuts it a little bit shallow, but cool. Flicking it back. Nice flip. Gets into the third outer zone. Yep. Tyler Berry making a nice solid run there.
Tyler Berry, with that E36 LS powered. He did make a mistake go midway through outer zone 1 where he where you could see the car kind of like checked up and then shot to the inside a little too early, but he still was able to hit the inner clip. But then from there, he also missed the
I like his livery. He's got nice design on that car.
Yeah, now it's a new livery.
Yeah,
new livery. So
it's exciting to see these drivers. And you know what's actually was even more exciting? We saw Mr. Will Couch out there earlier. We got to meet him for the first time, and this is his first time out here. Already developing a program for himself, right? He's got sponsors. He's already got sponsors out here, very new to drifting. There's a lot of work that goes into drifting if you're being competitive than just the driving. The driving obviously is very important, but if you talk to any pro driver, pro amateur driver, or anybody that's really trying to take this serious, you need to start developing a program in order to take it serious. There's so much work that goes behind the scenes. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of trial and error, and you get a lot of rejection. But you guys, the drivers, the drifters that are out there today, that's why we are here. We're here to see them go door to door, trade paint, push limits. We're here to see the underdogs take out the what's that? Tyler Berry. Oh, Tyler Berry gets a score of 74.
74. I think that's number 1 right now.
Yeah, I believe in the 73 was the number 1 qualifier.
Yep.
Currently.
Yep.
But now Tyler Berry, right now he's in contention for that $1,000. But we have a huge list coming up of drivers. But right now we have Adam Rozek. In the 350Z making his way in the ECM sponsored purple 350Z. He's no stranger to this track either. He was here last round. He was thrown down really well. Yep. Making his way into the 3rd outer zone. Looks like he's going to put down a nice solid score as long as he can hold it together and makes his way through. And he does. Good job.
Adam Rozek usually driving the green S13 with the Odyssey front end.
Mm-hmm.
But now, I believe that was actually Hayden Cottrell.
Oh, was it?
I believe that was Hayden Cottrell.
Okay.
So,
sorry for the misinformation.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, it was a very solid run throughout the course. I didn't see too many major mistakes. Of course, you know, there's always the small ones that the judges nitpick because they have eagle eyes for sure. I mean, sometimes when they explain things to me, it's so impressive. Everything, all the information that they could bring out in just one run. So we'll see what Hayden Cottrell did on that run there. I will say that as you were talking about earlier, the car is breaking down a lot. It is hot out here, and heat creates problems for a lot of these cars, especially the high horsepower cars. You know, but we know that these guys have awesome teams out here. They're going to get the cars going, and we're going to see them out in qualifying, and hopefully they'll make it to tomorrow's show.
Yeah, so Adam Rozek sitting on a 0. That's... Yeah. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zeros, 8 zeros it looks like. Is that 8 or 9 zeros so far in the first round of qualifying? That's going to make it interesting for the second round for sure.
You know, something I've noticed is a lot of our viewers are from Brazil. So hello to all those from Brazil and all over the world. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, you know, one of some of the most famous Brazilians that we know in drifting and Drift HQ.
Yeah.
All the Drift HQ guys.
Yeah.
71 for Hayden.
Oh.
All right, 71 for Hayden. That's a pretty good score that up to now that he's up there with the top 5.
Okay, up next was supposed to be Stefan Tassinero, but it doesn't look like, I don't know if he's going to be up next or if it's going to be George Thomas. I did see George Thomas's name. Yeah, that's George Thomas in the warm-up box there. So George Thomas will be going next. It looks like Stefan Tassinero. I don't know if there's just a lot of mechanical issues that this heat and that practice. If you guys were not watching or you're just joining us now, Mr. George Thomas with Monster Performance, close friend of Lee Yearwood. Oh, major correction there through outer zone number 1. Hopefully he can hold it together. He does get nice and tight on an inside clip, deep into the touch and go, switching back. Beautiful S14. We got to catch up with George Thomas the last round, and just excited to drive. Really has a good time at all these events, and he always puts on a great show. Like I said, monster performance. S14 making his way through the track. George Thomas definitely looks like he put a score down, even though the beginning of that run was pretty shaky.
Yeah, these monster performance guys, they are very aggressive drivers. It's always exciting to watch them. Unfortunately, the way that run started is gonna put a damper on that score with that huge correction he had approaching into outer zone 1 there. So the rest of the run looked very solid. You know, I don't have many complaints on that, but we'll see what the judges have to say about that mistake there on outer zone 1.
Up next, it looks like we have Emerson Noguera. Like I said, it's getting to the point where you don't know. You have the list in front of you, and that driver doesn't pull up. Somebody else drives up. So we'll see. Hopefully these drivers that are electing to skip their first round of qualifying are able to put a score down on their second run. And if you guys on the live stream, if you guys want to start throwing your suggested scores, please by all means start throwing the scores. Let's see who can get the right number.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun little game.
66 for Mr. George Thomas.
Yeah, I think that would have been quite a bit higher score.
Had he not
yeah, I think that could have been number 1 right there. Number 1 up to now. So we'll see. We have a lot of drivers still to qualify.
That definitely looks like Mr. Emerson Noguera coming up.
Yep, that is Emerson Noguera.
Emerson sporting his black E36 sponsored by Victory Motorsports. Is that what that is on the side there?
I believe that's what it says.
That chassis actually purchased from Chelsea DeNova, so it's an interesting story that he was able to acquire this chassis, and it's been serving him very well, along with getting, oh, look at the angle he's throwing there, just to be able to get through the first outer zone. He does, he holds it together, and he makes his way through the second outer zone, a little shallow, getting on the throttle. If he can hold it together through the third outer zone, he will walk away with the score and be able to join us for,
Wow.
I spoke too soon. Oh, man.
How unfortunate. Emerson, always very nice. Him and his father, very nice people.
Curses.
Unfortunately, a huge straighten out right there.
And it's like when you watch it and you're like, they make it through the second outer zone and they make that switchback, because a lot of times people get a 0 in that switchback and they spin right there. But once they get that switchback, you're like, okay, he's on the, you know,
We've seen this before.
Oh, 0. Yes, he does get a 0.
But we've seen it before where a lot of people are
on that home stretch and they just
and it just like loses power or something happens. Power steering goes out and the car goes crazy.
Yeah, dreaded zone 3.
It's like the second BMW that we've seen. Earlier was Fellow that lost a little bit of power over there on outer zone number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't know if Emerson, he's been at this track. He practices on the fun days. He knows the track really well, so it's interesting to see what happened. But it looks like we got Cabot Cardoza in his knee. Man, look how bright. You can barely even the drone can barely even focus on that car. Oh, straighten out. Almost straighten out. Wow. We'll see how this is going to affect him. A lot of angle as he comes into the second outer zone. He's pouring on the smoke now. He's making his way through the outside edge of outer zone number 2 in the switchback. All right, hold it together, Cabot, as he makes his way on. And he does. He holds it together. Well, looks like he got a score, but that first outer zone is plaguing some of these drivers.
Yeah, it seems like these young drivers here, we had 2 very young drivers back to back. I don't know what happened there. It's very
not young and experienced. I mean, they have a good amount of seat time underneath their belts. It's just
very uncharacteristic.
It is because you see both these drivers and they're out there practicing and they're just throwing down some phenomenal runs, like very top qualifying runs. But that is one thing of competition. They beat on the cars during practice, and then they has to be able to hold together for qualifying.
Do you think it's possible he got blinded by his own paint?
By his own paint?
Going into the first turn?
Interesting.
It started blending in with the grass.
I don't know about that, but that car is extremely bright.
Yeah,
so we got Chris Nelson with the 71 on the live stream. Let's see. I don't know. We'll see what the judges say.
Chase Bostic with a 69. I like that guy. Thanks, Chase. Terminator with a 54. Let's see what the judges actually have to say about this. It seems like they are deliberating because it's a hard call to make.
Well, they probably couldn't see the car because it's so bright. They're blinded by it.
Yeah, they should be required. Maybe they had to wear like welding masks or something to just be able to judge it. They may have pulled out the welding masks to be able to see that car because it is extremely bright.
Yep.
If you can't see it, would that be John Cena's car?
That's a question. We'll have to save that for another time.
Yeah, things that come into my brain. Still waiting on a score for Kevin
56.
Cardoso.
Oh, 56.
56.
Terminator on the live stream. He was almost done. I think he said, what is he?
54?
54, so he's
Yeah.
pretty close.
Yeah, good job there, Terminator.
Oh, look at that pit. A beautiful pit full of great drivers and some powerful machines out here. Whoa, almost hit that close. You saw it?
Yeah.
Wow, live stream. Everybody out working hard to put on this show for everybody.
And we got Lucas Torno coming up to the line now. He's in the burnout box.
Lucas Torno, another driver that's been plagued with some mechanical issues in the past. So
Yeah.
we've seen this quite a bit at Klutch Kickers during practice, just pushing the cars, and unfortunately sometimes they just push them too far. But Lucas, no stranger to competition, no stranger to this track either. It looks like he's got King's Performance on the door as he makes his way down the track. He's going to initiate right at the end of the initiation zone and make his way midline through outer zone number 1. Nice and tight on that first inside clip. Getting into the touch and go. Switching back, trying to get deep inside that outer zone number 2. Starting to pour on the gas, pour on the throttle. So you can see that in the smoke as he comes through outer zone number 3. Come on, hold it together, Lucas. Hold it together. And he does. He makes his way out the track. Good job, Lucas Torno.
Outer Zone 1 always proving to be a challenge for both of these drivers. And Lucas Torno, you know, couldn't make it all the way out there. But throughout the rest of the run, the line looked pretty good. Decent angle. And lots of commitment throughout the track. So it should be a pretty decent score. I just think that Outer Zone 1 is going to hurt him a little bit. We've seen Lucas Torno in the past, like you said. He's had his issues, but he'll have some flashes of brilliance.
Flashes of brilliance.
Yeah.
Is it him or the car?
Well, no, he's definitely. I think he's a good driver. I think he's a good driver. It's just, you know, he's plagued with issues.
66.
66. Wow.
66, yeah.
Not quite the 69 we were looking for.
No.
But nonetheless, it's a 66. He's on the board. He will be in the competition tomorrow. Now he just has to work on improving that score in the second half of qualifying.
Was it Hayden Cottrell that had the 69?
I don't know. Let me see here. 69 was Andrew
Bauer.
Andrew Bauer had the 69, so he is on top, well, or on the bottom. I guess depends on how you look at that. But our number 1 qualifier, I believe, is Tyler Berry.
The 350
No, he's tied with
together.
Brandon Wicknick.
Is he?
Yeah, well, they both have a 73.
Nice.
Now we have
Magic Mike, one of my favorite drivers for sure. Look out, initiating right in the middle, early in that initiation zone, pouring on a lot of angle, takes out the inside clip. That's okay. Get deep into that outers, touch and go there, makes his way through the second outer zone on throttle. Magic Mike, always exciting car, especially in tandem. Always a lot of smoke. Love the car. Great guy. We got to catch up with him. Just about every time we're here, we get to catch up with him and talk to him in the pits, and he's just always just down to doing interviews and just talk to everybody, and has a wealth of knowledge.
Just seems to be excited to be here.
Yeah, if you get a chance to meet him and talk to him, he's a great guy. Great guy for sure.
Awesome guy. Yeah, Mike Pollard, always exciting to watch. It was an exciting run. Of course, he using the throttle a lot throughout the course, but unfortunately, just the line was a little bit off, not exactly where he needed to be. You can see that he got out to outer zone 1, but only in the latter half of it, and then touch and go wasn't as deep as he could have been, and there was a little bit of wavering through outer zone 2.
Well, we're seeing some scores in the live stream here. We'll see how close there. We have Robert Polis with a 77. I see what?
Gentlemen, we have a new number 1 qualifier.
Ooh.
Magic Mike Pollard with an 8080.
Wow, Mike Pollard taking the number 1 spot in qualifying with an 80.
Man, and I was so critical.
That's not his money yet, though, because if you look at this list, if you could see this list that I'm looking at, you just see a list of capable drivers from this point forward that can easily top that. But we'll see. Right now, Mike Pollard can only improve the score. We have Reese Marin making his way down the track. Oh, Reese Marin coming off a victory recently over at the Gambler. Yeah. So we'll see how he'll be able to carry that momentum into Klutch Kickers round number 4. Definitely not a stranger here, or a stranger competition. Reese Merritt, one of the old school guys out here competing. This guy's been around for a long time, folks. If you haven't heard of him, look him up, check him out. He's been around.
Reese Merritt, that was a very nice run from Reese Merritt there. He filled out all the zones, at least the ones that we couldn't see. Outer zone 1 is a little bit tough to see from where we're at, or from the camera.
Yeah.
But he definitely got out to the touch and go, which is proven to be kind of tough now that the wall's there. I guess some of the drivers are kind of scared of it. And then outer zone 2 and 3, very smooth through there. Great transition, lots of angle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, no, Reese Marin did a great job in that 350Z, sponsored by BC Racing Stage Wheels and Sherwin-Williams, I believe. Sherwin-Williams automotive finish. Wow, I didn't even know Sherwin-Williams sold automotive finish. Did you?
No, that's news to me too.
Well, there you go. Speed design as well. So interesting. Good list of sponsors. Like I said, Reese Marin, no stranger to competition, no stranger to Klutch Kickers either.
Not at all. Not at all. And he's been around for a long time. Let's see what the judges have to say about that score.
We judges did with a 73.
A 73.
Okay, so respectable scores. Not on top, but he's got room for improvement. It looks, next up we should have Ryan Acevedo. We know his car is running because we saw who I believe
Ethan Hodges.
Ethan Hodges did his qualifying in this very car as well. So we'll see how that plays out tomorrow.
Yeah,
because Ethan Hodges did put a score down. So
looks like Ryan didn't even do a burnout. He just came straight out.
Well, his car's already warm. Yeah, he's already been taken down track. He's got a pretty good sized bash in that door if you look at the other side. As he makes his way early in the initiation zone, he entered at almost the very first initiation marker. So getting deep into the end of outer zone number 1, switching back a little bit shallow there as he makes it in the touch and go, but still holding it together, keeping it nice and wide, making his way switch back into outer zone number 3, kind of shallow on that marker there, but he's going to get a score. And Ryan Acevedo, also known by the locals as Ryan Avocado. No stranger to drifting. I believe he's hailing out of Orlando in an ISR Fortunato Spectune Bell Raceworks 350Z.
Yeah. While the early initiations are always exciting to watch, you could see that if he would have initiated a little bit later, he would have filled out outer zone 1 a little bit better than he did, I think.
But the judges are looking for style. So part of the style score is going to be that early initiation. I know that's one of the things that they mentioned about Alec Honadale in some of his higher scoring qualifying runs is how early he committed to the drift, right? He got in early and he just committed and was able to pull down some really stellar runs. So it's always exciting to see Mr. Alec Honadale drive.
Actually, we should look further back. Adam LZ, he has unofficially the #1 qualifying score.
Really?
Yes, with a 97. But remember, his trunk popped open?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
74 for Ryan Acevedo.
Ryan Acevedo, 74.
Good deal.
Good
nice
score.
solid score. Nice solid score. Who do we have up next?
Nick Castleberry.
Nick Castleberry, another one that's been plagued with mechanical issues. And sometimes I think Nick, he just pushes it too hard. I mean, the guy, he comes out, you're going to see, he comes out the gate, balls to the wall, flying down the track. I think the last time we saw, he just it almost looked like he went too fast. He went the edge of the track, took himself out. It sucks to see that.
Yeah, but when he gets it right, boy, is it exciting.
Forget about it. It's like, forget about it. It's smoke, it's angle, it's tons of style. The car looks beautiful. I don't think he pulls his foot off the throttle. I think he keeps it mashed down the whole time, it seems like.
Yeah, definitely one of those drivers that he's one to watch. Very exciting. And let's see what he's got here on his first qualifying run.
Kind of slow at the gate, looks like, but here he goes. Initiating, making his way through the first outer zone. Getting on throttle now. A lot of angle as it comes through that first inside clip. It goes away from that touch and go as he makes his way in the second outer zone. Like I said, very exciting to watch. Right on the outer edge. No stranger to the Animal Coast Dragway Klutch Kickers at all. Nice. Coming nice and wide. Keeping on almost the outer edge. Nick Castleberry, he made it. You guys think he took that 80 from, he took the #1 spot here on Mr. Mike?
Oh, tough call.
It's
He
a
did
tough
have
call.
a couple of bobbles, especially on outer zone number 3. And he did look a little slow coming off from the start. So it did make me question, is he having mechanical issues? But the rest of the run looked good. But
Well, and if that was him playing it safe, I'll tell you what, that was a good run.
I'll say the two things that that I saw that maybe the judges are going to be looking at harshly are the way he started off. It looked like the car wasn't moving quickly enough, or as quick as they expect the car to move. And then he held on to the angle. There was a nice amount of angle through interclip 1, but he held on to it for maybe a hair too long. It seemed like
A hair too long.
the car seemed like it was almost about to over-rotate there before he got it to transition.
I don't know. I think that could be pretty critical. I think he did pretty good. We'll see. The judges, thankfully, they're the one coming up with the scores, not us.
Yeah. So we'll see what.
Thank you guys. If you're just tuning in, you are joining us for the Grip Royal qualifying of round 4, season 2 of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We want to thank everybody that's watching on the live stream and all those that have made the decision to come out and sweat it out with everybody else here. We want you guys to stay hydrated. Make sure you're just trying to stay in the shade, wearing the sunscreen. I see a gentleman there with an umbrella. Hey, it's not raining, but hey, he's protecting himself.
indeed,
yeah.
74.
74 from Mr. Nick Castleberry.
74. Yeah.
So maybe that hair, that if he would have got that hair, he probably would have got an 81.
Probably.
Also want to thank all the sponsors out here: Nitrous Outlet, Chase Bays, Drift HQ, Ignite, Liquid Molly, Kensei Wheels, Tire Streets, Lucky, Silva, and Skyline Specialty Parts Shop, Action Clutch, RTS, Grip Royal, and Cosmo Tires.
Judges did clarify the major issue that Nick Castleberry had was the start.
Okay.
yeah.
There it is.
Yep.
It was the start.
There you go. See the judges analyzing every inch of this run. A lot of these drivers have driven this track for so long, you have to be super nitpicky. But here we go. Lee Yearwood, no stranger to competition. Mr. Monster Performance himself, making his way through the first outer zone. Nice and tight on that first inside clip. Getting into the touch and go. Nice and tight in there as well. Switching back. Come on, Nick, get deep into that second outer zone, and he is almost on that outer edge, trying to maintain that outer line through the whole second outer zone. Switching back into the third outer zone. Getting nice deep there. Not quite as deep as he could in the beginning, but filling it out nonetheless. Good job, Mr. Lee Yearwood. Monster Performance.
Yeah, Lee Yearwood, one of those drivers, always very aggressive, exciting to watch. He put down a very exciting run for us, for the judges as well. So, I mean, we're going to see what the judges have to say about that. But a couple little wobbles here and there, but nothing too major. I think it's going to be a high
I think
score.
the only problem with this car is there's an RB in it. I think other than that,
Oh, no, not this again.
that could be the problem. We'll see what the score is. Interesting.
You think the judges...
They may fault him for the, because I was looking in the qualifying score, something about an RB penalty. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe that wasn't here. Maybe it was somewhere else.
Well, I don't see a penalty because Lee Yearwood got an 81.
Oh, the #1 score. Wow, look at that.
It seems like every time one of us judges it harshly, the judges prove us wrong.
Maybe it was the Jay-Z penalty. I don't know. It's one or the other.
Yeah. Luckily, we are not the judges. Thank God. Because a lot of these drivers would get really wrong scores.
Oh, here we go. Who we have up next? Is that Mr. Ethan Parnell?
Should be.
Ethan Parnell with a new livery.
Well, yep, Ethan Parnell up next, sporting a new livery as he's going to make his way down the track. The tire streets, sponsored by Bridge Moto, all plumbing and drain. Interesting. That's going to help him as he makes through outer zone #1. Kind of midline as he makes his way through outer zone #1, I'm sorry. He makes it into the touch and go. Kind of slowed down there a little bit, but he's going to have to get back on that power and that throttle to get deep into outer zone #2. Kind of midline, switching back in the final outer zone. looks like it's kind of sounds like he's on the power a bit. It seems like this is making a way through the third outer zone. Ethan Parnell.
It's pretty odd in auto zone number 3 where he went out, then in, and then out again.
It's almost like he started offline from the beginning.
Yeah, his transitions were really interesting. I mean, especially in my opinion, out from inner clip 1 to the touch and go, but he still got out to the touch and go. So I mean, how is the line judge gonna see that? We'll see. We'll see. But car definitely looks good. Looks good. I like the new livery.
Yep, I know it's very important as they make their way through the track. The judges are looking for them to be on the outer edges of the zones, and that first inside clip, get nice and tight in there, and then that touch and go, like they said, it's a touch and go. They're not really supposed to hit it, but just get as close as they can. And they want to see a lot of throttle, a lot of smoke. They want to see a lot of commitment.
Ethan Parnell. Whoa.
59.
59, Mr. Ethan Parnell. Okay. He's on the board, and he will be competing tomorrow in the round 4 competition of Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series.
Yeah, and coming up next is the pilot of perhaps the most controversial vehicle out in the field today, Michael Elsey with his LS-powered Toyota Supra.
Yes, very controversial. I wouldn't say very controversial, but people have voiced their indifference with the removing of the JZ out of its natural-born partner, right? The Supra. Don't know anything else in there, but today we do. But I will tell you, Michael makes it work. The guy has thrown down against some of the greatest drivers here at Klutch Kickers, and you see as it comes through a lot of angle. We're off inside clip number 1. And he makes it into the second outer zone, getting deep into there, so that's good. That's right where the judges are. So if you're going to lay down a good line, you want to do it right in front of the judges. He makes his way through the third outer zone, a lot of angle, a lot of smoke, full throttle. Looks like a decent run, just maybe struggling a little bit in the beginning there.
Yeah, it seemed like inner clip 1 to touch and go, it seemed like he had a little struggle there. Throughout the rest of the course, it seemed like the car and the driver was able to get where he needed to be and have enough angle for the judges to be satisfied. Towards the end there, you could see like the car almost seemed like it was a little underpowered, and it started drifting towards the inside of the course right before the finish line, but it was really like right at the end.
But I do want to mention, guys, on the live stream, that was not Ethan Parnell, that was Michael Elsey.
Yeah, Michael Elsey.
So we're waiting for his score for his first half of his run. And this is the qualifying leaderboard so far. We have Lee here was sitting on top.
64, Michael Elsey.
Michael Elsey with a 64. We have Mike Pollard qualifying
second.
second.
To 15th.
Yep, Mike Pollard qualifying second. Third place qualifier currently Ryan Acevedo. Fourth place Nickel Castleberry. Nick Castleberry. I said Nickel Castleberry. Oh man. Brandon Whitnick, number 5th. Tyler Berry 6th. Reese Marin 7th. Connor O'Sullivan 8th. Will Couch 9th. Hayden Cottrell 10th. 11th place Andrew Maurer. 12th place currently John Wyndham. 13th is George Thomas. 14th Lucas Torno. 15th is Brian Sturman. 16th Ethan Hodges. And we have Sean Booth on the track now, seeing if he can top that leaderboard.
Remember, Michael Elsey is now 15th.
Coming around. Did take out that first inside clip. Going to make his way through the second outer zone. Kind of midline there. We'll see how this pans out as the judges are going to analyze this run and where that'll place him in that leaderboard.
Yeah, Sean Booth with the beautiful red S15. The car is still beautiful, even though it's been getting beat up, but it's still a gorgeous looking car.
Yeah, when we first came to Klutch Kickers, that car was almost mint.
Yeah, so. But you can see it's got a little roughed up, but it's still there. It's still one of the best looking cars out here. Sean Booth with a qualifying run that obviously is going to get a score. I don't think he did anything too special, but I think he's just playing it safe for his first run.
Yep.
So we'll see what the judges have to say about
66.
That run. A 66.
Wow, 66.
Yeah, 66. That will put him around
He'll be in the middle of the pack there.
Yeah, 12th to 14th in there.
So I'm getting word that Ben Hobson is not at the line, and we're going to be getting Keone Rodriguez.
Wow.
Wow.
Keone Rodriguez sporting a new car this round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he was typically in his S13, I believe. And then he went to an S14.
Yeah.
And now he's in a vet.
Yeah, C7 Corvette. And
What happened there?
Look at the judges there. They look like they're staying hydrated. Oh, looks like a water there. Mr. Dan there. Oh, got a fist pump. All right. Oh, cracking the knuckles. He's serious, folks. He cracked his knuckles. I can't tell if his pants are tight from where I am, but I assume
getting a little bit of
they are not
stretching.
tight. I got confirmation.
oh, yeah, not tight.
Shorts,
Not tight.
pants, we'll see. Maybe he wears shapants.
Shapants.
Yeah, shapants. You never wear shapants? I wear shapants.
Okay.
We'll see. Here we go. Keone Rodriguez. No stranger competition. No stranger Klutch Kickers. Early on initiation. Making his way through the outer zone. Number 1 getting deep into the edge of the outer zone. Far too deep. It parks it. Oh,
Far too deep.
Yeah.
wow. Maybe I distracted him with talking about Officer Dan's pants.
Or maybe he's still getting settled into the car.
Oh, he could be still getting settled. He had some incredible practice runs.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he was looking good in practice. Fortunately, you can see that he did initiate real early, and that kind of threw him offline. I guess he was really pushing for that outer zone, and that's when he just kind of flew off course, made the car over-rotate, and that was the end of it.
So I guess it's fair to say it was the pressure of the pants, but not the pressure in the pants on this one that may have caused him to spin.
A lot of pressure.
That was a lot of pressure. All right, he did put out some smoke there, so hopefully as the day goes by, you'll start seeing the drivers just getting more and more dialed in as we come through into the second round of qualifying. You're going to see some really exciting runs, and tomorrow's competition is just going to be by far one of the best ones that we've had so far. I'm calling it now. I think we're going to have some of the hardest fought battles we've had yet. I think we're going to have some of the toughest calls we've had yet, so we shall see what happens. It looks like right now we have Brandon McDowell out here in his 350Z, making his way. Whoa, already pouring on the smoke as he's making way through the first outer zone into the touch and go. Gets in there, switching back into the second outer zone. Look at this, just pouring out the smoke, full throttle, making his way through the second outer zone, putting on a show for the judges. Wow, he may have heard what I said about Officer Dan. Making his way through the third outer zone, and he does. That might have been the best score yet.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
Very quite possibly. The initiation was extremely aggressive early, lots of angle. You can see him lock up the fronts just to like settle the car. It's just, it was absolutely nuts. He did miss the touch and go, but not by much. But then throughout the rest of the run, it was just smoking it up.
You can barely see that line, though. You can see the little glow of that orange box that they have painted there in front of that touch and go wall there. That's where they want the judges to put their bumper. They want it to overhang that zone. They want to get close, right? Not hit it, because if they hit those walls right there, if they hit them too hard, it will cost them a 0.
You can see the marking on the floor behind the wall.
We got word.
You were right. Number 1 qualifier right now with a 91.
91 for Mr. Brandon McDowell.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. Brandon McDowell. That might be $1,000 in your hand, but I'll tell you what, the heavy hitters, they're all coming next, and they're going to be gunning for that $1,000.
Absolutely. I mean, I did say that Brandon McDowell was one of those guys that could get in the 90s. So, and we're still not in the top 10 yet, folks. So, Kevin Lawrence should be coming up to the line. We did talk to Kevin Lawrence earlier, and he was saying that he was also having power steering issues. But we'll see if he's got that fixed. And he is one of those guys that can put down a 90 plus.
There he goes. Full throttle right out the gate. What kind of motor is that? Oh, it's an RB? Oh, man. As he makes his way through outer zone number 1, full throttle, already getting the smoke out, getting deep into the touch and go there. Man, I'll tell you what, Kevin Lawrence, no stranger to competition, no stranger to the Klutch Kickers, no stranger to just putting on a show as he does here for us during qualifying, the first round of qualifying, and he makes his way through outer zone number 3, putting a solid score. Wow. Judges are going to have their hands full.
Yeah, you can see there was a couple bobbles in that run where Kevin Lawrence probably fell a little short to Brandon McDowell's run there, but he the one area where I think he did better was the touch and go, where he was a little bit deeper there. You can see the bumper just go over the line there.
I just want to say that you're starting to see the top qualifying drivers, the top points leaders come forward now. We still have Dustin Miles, Dirk Stratton, Taylor Ray, Taylor Holt, Troy Manners, Nate Hamilton, Adam LZ, Ben Julian, and Alec Honaday. We saw all of these are phenomenal drivers, easily capable of topping a 91. But I'll tell you right now, Brandon McDowell is sitting pretty in the number 1 spot.
Absolutely.
83
for Kevin
so that's
Lawrence.
Number two. Now we're getting, well, I guess you could say the top 9. Since Rome Charpentier's not here, he would be 10th. So we're getting into the top 9 drivers here. We're going to really see some heaters out on the track.
We have some really excellent drivers sitting on zeros after the first round. You have Ben Hobson, Keely Rodriguez. You have Stefan Tassanero, always out here putting on a great show. Adam Rozek, he's sitting on a 0. We have Wyatt Webb sitting on a 0. Mike Evans, Randy Noah, he's a number 1 contender always when you see him out here at Klutch Kickers, sitting on a 0 after the first round qualifying.
But not to worry, there's always the second run as Dustin Miles is out on the track now.
Yep, Dustin Miles, no stranger to Klutch Kickers either, making his way, getting deep into the end of outer number 2, pretty far off that inside clip though, as he goes into the second outer zone, back on the throttle, making his way around. Different color car this time too. I wonder if he's a little more just blue. We used to see more of a livery on this car. They'll hold it together. I will want to point out to everybody that's watching live on the live stream, the drivers are required to maintain control of their car completely until they get off the track. So if they spin after the finish line, that will still qualify as a 0. So the drivers, and we've seen it in the past, where a driver puts down an amazing run and gets a 0 due to spinning out after the finish line.
Yeah, I do want to mention Dustin before the event. He bought himself a seat upgrade.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he went to a hardware store, bought himself a toilet seat, and I don't know what kind of effect did it have on the vehicle, but yeah, it looks like it's looking good so far.
Interesting.
Interesting. So yeah, that was Dustin Miles. That is his Pro 2, or now known as Pro Spec car. Yeah, and he's had that car here before.
Did that guy just land his drone on a tent?
I think that's the porta potty.
Is that the porta potty?
I think it is.
I wonder if we can get some audio. 81 for Dustin Miles.
81.
Yeah, good job.
I feel like that was a safe run for Dustin.
I think it was. Dustin, miles of style racing. Always out here, always has a smile on his face, always ready to do battle. Very exciting driver to watch. Yeah, looks like we have Dirk Stratton there warming up in the burnout box there.
Yep. Dirk Stratton sitting 8th in the championship right now. He came in 2nd place in round 2 behind Ben Hobson. So he's definitely a driver that can get it up there. And I think we're going to see a high-scoring run from Dirk Stratton here.
Yeah.
Beautiful Corvette.
Absolutely beautiful, especially at night when he gets the Oracle lighting on the side of the car.
Yeah.
The way it lights up, it's
Yeah,
definitely
it looks awesome.
Yeah, I always tell you guys I haven't really always been a big fan of the Corvettes, but this has by far helped change my mind in watching these cars drift. I just love the color, I love paint scheme, and I love how he drives it. So let's see how he does as he makes his way down the straight. Initiating right at the first initiation marker, makes his way nice and deep in that first outer zone. Getting deep into the touch and go. Good amount of smoke, showing excellent car control as he makes his way through outer zone number 2, almost on that outer edge. Wow, I don't know. This could be a top qualifying run. Just skirting the outside of that track as he makes his way through outer zone number 3. Boys, we may have another leader.
Yeah, I'm suspecting so. Of course, we always say it, we're not the judges. But that run looked fantastic. Early initiation, still getting all the way out to outer zone 1 and filling it. Inner clip 1 hits it. really, really tight onto the touch and go there. And the rest of the run just looked phenomenal. He did have one little bobble in the outer zone 3.
One little bobble.
But I think I think the judges are gonna. They have to. I don't know. We'll see what they give them. I don't want to say they have to do anything. They have to do their job.
We
That's
got a
all
score on the live stream of 110.
Oh boy!
Wow.
I think that's the octane.
Oh, it's the octane.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
Maybe that's the fuel he's running. That's what they meant.
Yeah. Oh boy! I mean, it's getting crazy. It's hot out there, but the action on the track is hot as well.
And you know, it's interesting that we talk about the track often. Is it's hot right now, and as the day winds down, so far the weather has been holding out. It's just been overcast. It is hot, it is humid, but it's been overcast. And it's interesting when we come to this track in the cooler time of year, like in February or maybe in October. Oh, do we have a score?
89.
89.
So close.
Wow, 89. Unfortunately, was not able to take the #1 spot, but was darn close. But we just talk about back to what I was saying before, we talked about the conditions of this track and how that in the day, it's a sticky track, but it gets so grippy in the cooler times of the year, and as the oil starts to seep down the track, it's just, shut my mouth up. We got Mr. Taylor Ray coming out here. Last round's first place winner. Going to put on a show for us, put down a nice solid score. Now, Little Miata that has just been breaking hearts and just, I don't know, he's just been all out in this car. Taylor Ray, definitely a Klutch Kickers favorite. Check him out when you get a chance. Has a great YouTube channel, helps just walk you through so many different modifications. And just a great guy. We always love catching up with Taylor Ray, putting down a stellar first run.
Taylor with a great first run there. I mean, it just seems like that round 3 win has really given him the confidence to really put the car out there everywhere where it needs to be with great commitment.
And not to mention how his season started out with a 0, played with car issues, and then second round getting a 32, but then taking 100 points in the last round, putting him in a number 7 spot right underneath Taylor Holt.
Yeah,
it's not going to be an easy road for him to get to the top, but he is capable. We'll see what the judges score him.
Yeah, he is sitting 7th, but he's tied actually for 6th with Taylor Holt. Both at 135 points.
83.
83. Taylor Ray with an 83. Good solid run there.
And next up, we have no stranger to, I mean, this guy, he's going to put a smoke show down.
Yeah.
Taylor Holt. We always love watching him drive. He always brings so much excitement. He is the Klutch Kickers 2020 champion. Season 1 champion, returning champion, trying to reclaim that championship. He's going to have his work cut out for us because he's got a list of phenomenal drivers ahead of us. He's there in that Comp Cams Air Fuel Spark technology, sponsored by Drive Shaft Shop, JE Pistons, Advanced Clutch Technology, OMP, Racing Thunderbolt Fuel, Chase Graphics, and he is out here to show everybody that he is here to take this championship home. So let's see as he comes early on initiation, coming through the first lot of angle as he makes his way through the first outer zone, getting deep, already pulling on the smoke, nice and tight on that inside clip, could have got a little deeper into that touch and go, but throwing a lot of angle as he makes his way through outer zone. Here comes the smoke show as he makes his way into the third outer zone. Taylor Holt always putting that smoke screen out there. That's a massive car out there too, especially when you put it beside Taylor Racing.
and they have gone up against each other a lot. But Taylor Holt, as you said, 2020 champion of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, always putting on a good show. I mean, how can you not with 1,000 horsepower and a great driver like Taylor? Mm-hmm. We can definitely see that he's going to have a pretty decent score, although outer zone 1 had a little bit left to desire, although he got all the way out, but he didn't enter right at the first cone, and he left a little early as well.
And he was a little off on the touch and go. He wasn't quite deep in the touch and go, but that was his first qualifying run, so he's can always leaves room for improvement. So we'll see what happens. And up next, looks like we're going to have Troy Manners. It look like he's just barely see his car poking out there, right about to enter into the burnout box, and you see the judges. Look at them; they're focusing, they're working hard.
Looking at the replays.
Looking at the replays, right? The replay is a great tool to help make sure that they can put down a score that what they see, be able to analyze it.
Writing down their scores. We're about to get the word.
Once again, thank everybody for joining us. The Klutch Kickers Season 2. This is round 4 of the $100,000 Drift Series. And you are joining us for the qualifying of the Top 64, sponsored by Grip Royal. Checked out Grip Royal, great steering wheels. We got to catch up with the owner one time, and he's just a great guy, 100% behind all his sponsors.
Well, this is interesting. Taylor Holt with a 91, tying the #1 qualifying spot.
Wow. So Taylor Holt with a 91.
They're going to have to find a way to see who's going to be number 1 or 2. A lot of times they'll use the style score to be the differentiator there. So we'll see what the judges have to say there. Plus, there is the second qualifying run. So whoever's second qualifying run or higher score there could also break it up. So we'll see.
Here we go. That's Troy Manners as he makes his way out. He's getting deep into the first outer zone. Nice and tight on the inside clip. We'll flick it into the touch and go. Could have got a little closer, but nonetheless getting nice and deep. Oh, kind of puts it in a little shallow towards the middle of that second outer zone. We'll see how that affects his score. He's going to come around. Nice angle. Nice throttle. A lot of smoke. Troy Manners, definitely a veteran here of Klutch Kickers competition.
Troy Manners, always somebody to look out for. He was number 2, or finished in second place in round 4 behind Taylor Ray. I think you could see in the aggressive nature of his driving that he is trying to really win it all this weekend. Of course, as you saw, he wasn't all the way out into the touch and go, and then going through outer zone 2, it seemed like the car was trying to fall offline, and then he used the little left foot brake technique to bring it back out.
Yep. So for all you guys that are out there, we are almost finished with the first half of qualifying. So it looks like we have 4 more drivers. Nate Hamilton, Adam LZ, Ben Julian, and Alec Honadale still have to make their first qualifying run, and then we will move into the second half of qualifying. But Noel, to address your question earlier as far as tiebreakers, when you have 2 scores in qualifying, the way they break the ties.
Sorry, 77.
77 for Troy Manners. 77 for Troy Manners. All right, he's got room for improvement to try to take home that $1,000. But back to what I was saying. Ties in qualifying will be broken down in the following order. Drivers' second lap will take precedence. If they're second lap ties, then they will go according to the style score.
Oh, there it is.
If by some act of God they're still tied, they will go to the line score. And if that is not enough to distinguish, they will go down to the angle score. And I think after that, they just have to arm wrestle.
Well, I would say if the style and line score are the same, then the angle score is going to be the same too. If it's all tied.
I guess that's a good point there. Okay, we have Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton had some issues last round with his car, not able to perform as well as he wanted to, but he's putting down a solid qualifying score right now. A little off that touch and go, but getting deep into that second round zone. Almost hitting that bumper over the edge there. Flicking it back into the third outer zone, taking out that outer corner marker there, but getting nice and wide. And holding it together on his way out.
Yeah, after all these years of seeing Nate drive, it seemed like he was trying to be safe there.
Yes.
Because Nate is one of those guys that will put it exactly everywhere it needs to be, and we've seen that time and time again. This run seemed like he just wasn't all the way out to the touch and go there. And outer zone 2, you could see a little bit of wavering in some places there. So we'll see what the judges have to say about that. I do not think that's going to be your number 1 qualifying score.
No, but he'll put a solid score down, and he'll just have room for improvement. Nate Hamilton, always such a great guy, always friendly, always giving his time. Every time we come to bug him to see what he's doing, he always gives us a moment of his time to say what's up. He just an excellent driver, and all these drivers is you come out here and you watch them on TV and you see how well they are, but then when you get to meet them, it just makes you that much more of a fan. But next up, it looks like we have is obviously one of the crowd favorites, obviously one of the live stream favorites is Adam LZ. Adam LZ, he's going to be driving the BMW E36 1JZ powered, sponsored by BC Racing.
That is absolutely correct. The chat has been asking for him as always, and he is finally coming, but we're still waiting on a score from Nate
Not to cut you off, but when we talk about qualifying zeros, and this is what you mentioned earlier, Adam LZ quite possibly had the highest all-time score at Klutch Kickers qualifying, but unfortunately his trunk opened up and he wasn't able to keep that score. But here he goes. Let's see if he can flick it, and he does. Just nice and early in the initiation. He makes it nice and deep into the outer zone number 1, into the touch and go. Ooh, inches away from the touch and go. Nice as he makes his way into the second outer zone. Wants to ride that outer edge right in front of the judge's face. That's where you really want to pour it on, so that way you can give him the best impression of your run as he makes his way out the track. Adam LZ, a nice solid score. I'm not sure if it's a top qualifier, but he's definitely up there.
It's going to be close to the top, at least, from what I could see, because I mean, the commitment into the touch and go, where he still used speed and momentum to get his car all the way out there. That was very impressive, and the rest of the run was very smooth and good line all the way through the course. So I'm expecting to see a high score here. Not sure if it's going to be number 1. We'll see.
Going back, Nate Hamilton with an 83.
83.
Nate Hamilton, 83.
We still need a score from Adam LZ.
Correct. So we'll see.
And you may not see it on the footage, but there's actually rain.
Oh, so that may have affected his run. Well, it looks like Ben Julian is getting out there. I don't know. They just want to get the rest of the drivers out there, so you're going to see a change in tire smoke, I'm sure, as that rain starts to gloss over the track. But Ben Julian, no stranger, as he's right on that touch and go wall. No stranger to driving in the rain and be able to handle whatever the track conditions throw at him. Ben Julian last. He's sitting number 2 in the points qualifying right now as he makes his way to outer zone number 3. Solid run.
That one was very similar to what I saw from Adam. I mean, the high levels of commitment, great line.
Yep.
You know, not a lot of mistakes anywhere.
Yeah, Ben.
Good angle.
Self-sponsored. Ben used Miata's parts. Ben's used Miata parts. If you have a Miata and you're looking for some parts, check them out. See the judges there. They're waiting for some information, and we are waiting for the scores.
Yeah.
Still waiting on Adam LZ's score, I believe, correct?
Yep. We're waiting on. Yeah, we're gonna be waiting on the top 3. I believe we're gonna see Alec Honadell come out because if there is rain coming down, which I don't see it from here.
Oh.
We do have
90
scores
for Adam LZ.
Adam LZ almost there with a 90.
Yeah, great score.
Great score. So we'll see. Alec Honadell, the number 1 in the championship points currently. Last round's number 1 qualifier.
79 for Ben Julian.
Ben Julian with the 79. Okay, so Alec Honadell not even hitting a second to gain spots. He just came right out of the burnout box and almost went right straight through, dropping a tire. He's getting a little wet out there, but he's full throttle, nice angle, getting nice and tight on the inside. He did make contact with that touch and go wall, so we'll see how that can impact the score, because so far right on that outer edge, dropping the tire, but that is what the judges want to see. They want to see that back of that car on the outer edge of the zones to get maximum points. But we're going to see what happens. They're going to have to go out now, and they're going to have to look at that wall and see how hard he hit it. And now, wouldn't that be a shame if he hit it too hard?
Yeah, that would definitely be a shame. Alec Conadell, always super aggressive. It looks like it's a little, because there's a white line right there on the ground, and you can see that the wall is protruding past that white line. So we're
gonna see. Yeah.
We're gonna see.
Like we need a measuring tape over here.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I'll say that was one very aggressive run by Alec Conadell. Of course, that's what we always come to expect from him. But at times, they could be maybe a little too aggressive. Let's see what the judges have to say.
Mm-hmm. And as I said before, the judges are in communication with the drivers. All the drivers, they know what the judges are expecting. They have all the time they need to make sure they get as much clarification. Most of these drivers have been at this track for more than one season, so we'll see what happens here. Did he, is he going to get a 0 because he hit it too hard? And folks, if you are just tuning in, we have word.
They're going to send one of the judges to measure it.
So they are. There you go.
Wow. Okay.
All right, folks, while they deliberate and see what's going on here, we're going to jump to a quick commercial. So just stay tuned, and hopefully we'll have an answer when we come back.
Nice and wide. Alec knowing to fill the zones where he's supposed to put the car where it needs to be. Yeah, what do you guys think? Good Lord.
Give me 1 sec, bud. I gotta throw.
Okay, we're back.
We're back. Alec Conadell, unfortunately, got a 0. Oh, what a shame, folks. A 0. That goes back to following the rules the judges put before us. And as a driver, you have to make sure you don't push those boundaries.
We're looking at a similar situation that happened at round 3, where he got a 0 on his first run.
For different reasons now.
Different reasons, but still a 0 on his first run. Is he going to repeat a #1 qualifying run on the very last run? We don't know that yet.
But we're back to the beginning. We got Alan Godoy. Yeah, we do. Okay, just making sure because Alec Conadell's still up on the screen. So he's making his way through the first outer zone. Ooh. Oh, well, thankfully he's got a score.
Yeah, thankfully, because, well, you see right there, that's a 0. I've been watching him practice, and his car looked like it was running very rough throughout the course.
It's not really
breaking up.
powering through. He's kind of taking it easy through the track there.
Yeah,
so
he's just trying to get it back to the pits. Hopefully they can work on it tonight and get it ready for the top 64 tomorrow.
I love the FC RX-7s. I thought many times about building one of those.
FYI, Alec Honoldo is the only driver so far to hit the wall.
Interesting. There you go. That's a good point. But here we go. Up next is Brandon Bass in his Supra, making his way very shallow on that first outer zone. He did get nice and tight on that inner clip, and he got nice and tight into the touch and go. So far, so good. One thing to be desired is his line through the first outer zone. He's coming around, going to flick it, needs to hold it together, and he does. Maintain full control through outer zone number 3, and he does a good job. So it's going to come down to that first part of his run.
Yeah, hopefully that means that he does get a score to be in tomorrow's show in the top 64. I don't think we've ever had a Mark III Supra in competition here.
There's not many out there. I remember Chelsea Denofa borrowed the Supra one time in FD.
Yeah,
that didn't go too well for him.
Yeah, I was at that one in Road Atlanta, and unfortunately that car did not work for him very well. But
I'm sure he got a score, so he'll be in tomorrow's competition.
Yeah, so Brandon Bass making the Mark III Supra.
Wow, look at that bird's eye view of the track. If you guys have not been to Emerald Coast Dragway to witness Klutch Kickers in person, I highly recommend it. And it just hopefully that rain stays away and we can finish off qualifying with a nice dry track. 58 for Brandon Bass.
Congratulations to Brandon Bass. He is in the show for tomorrow's top 64.
All right, we got Brandon Whitnick in that Icon livery, S13, making his way. Sponsored by D-Spare Garage, Energy Innovations, and Twisted Motion. Also Kensei Wheels and Grip Royal. Backing Mr. Brandon Whitnick in his drifting endeavors. Looks like he got the thumbs up. They're waving him. And he's going to be off in just a second. There he goes. Brandon Whitnick, no stranger competition. Several hard-fought battles. Nice early in initiation. Going to stay nice and wide and beginning outer zone number 1. Breaking it inside to the first inside clip. Ooh, nice and tight on that wall as he passes the touch and go. Getting nice and deep right in front of the judges. He wants to get put on the best show right in front of the judges as he makes his way into outer zone number 3. It does appear the track may be a little wet. You don't see the smoke that we saw a little earlier, but hopefully they can dry that up quickly.
Yeah, Brandon Whitnick, always somebody to watch. He's one of those drivers that can really put it onto anybody's door throughout the day. So he's definitely going to be in the show. He's currently sitting on a 73. He was a little bit, started off outer zone 1 well, but kind of fell off and then went back in before it ended. So, but
what the judges are talking. Are they talking about tacos? He wants a taco. He's pointing at ones. I think he wants tacos.
He's like, you want a taco? I want a taco. I definitely want a taco.
Authentic.
Yeah. I want cilantro and onions and green sauce.
So I'm going to take this moment to go ahead and talk about the podium prizes today. The first place winner today will receive $10,000. The second place will receive $5,000. Third place, $3,500. First, second, and third place will also receive a Grip Royal steering wheel. Fourth place will get $1,000. Fifth place, $500. 6th through 16th will receive $400. And Brandon Whitnick is walking away with an 82 as his best score, so he's able to top his first run of a 73 and now sitting on an 82.
Yeah, that is a great improvement for Brandon Whitnick. That's definitely going to put him in a good position for tomorrow's top 64 battles. Can't wait for that, to see that tomorrow. We do have Brian Sturman in that beautiful E30, man.
Love the color, love the car.
Tim, do you still have feelings of regret watching this vehicle?
I do have feelings of regret getting rid of my E30, but let's see. I'm going to root on Brian as he makes his way into the first outer zone. Hold it together. He's got those little tires in the back there, so let's see how he is able to hold it together, get into the touch and go, off the touch and go, coming through the second outer zone. And he does hold it together. And switching back. Man, it reminds me so much of my E30 as he makes his way through the third outer zone. Holds it together. He's going to put down another score. Good job, Mr. Brian Sturman.
It almost looks like he's like looking out the window.
Well, it is small in there.
Yeah. I think he's going to improve on his score. It looks really good. I mean, we'll see. Maybe the judges saw something I didn't, but that looked like a very solid run, especially considering how low powered that car is. I think that is the lowest horsepower car out here this weekend.
Because even the 86 is supercharged.
Yeah, he's got a supercharged beams.
He's got decent power, so we'll see how that, if he's able to improve his score or not.
Yeah.
Tim, in your opinion, based on your BMW experience, what do you think is the best course of action with an E30 in regards to adding power?
Pull out the motor and put in something else. Either V8 or if you so choose to build another BMW motor, go for it. My recommendation is either V8. Oh, 69! Wow! Wow,
Yes.
69, folks.
Yes. Nice.
Oh, my goodness. 69 for the E30 BMW. It doesn't get much better than that. It really doesn't.
No, it does not. I bet
I'm
Officer
enthralled.
Dan's pants are a little more taut.
Oh, boy.
Oh, here we go. We got Chris Brown. Christian Brown making his way. He has sitting on a 0 currently as he's making his second run. Holding.
Oh, no.
Oh, takes out that inside clip. Now, that right there looks like it has caused another 0.
It's like you see it happening from afar, and it's like you just hate to see it.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a shame. It is a shame because one of the qualifying zeros that I had mentioned before is hitting the front clipping point marker with the leading side of the car. And that, to me, seemed like the leading side of the car, almost looked like it was dead center of the front bumper.
Yep.
Indeed.
Even a little over to more to the leading side than the center. It seemed that was just he was about to go inside that cone there. That's very unfortunate. Hopefully we will see Christian Brown come back with a vengeance. And we're still reading you on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Well, we'll see what happens. The judges, they haven't given him a 0 yet, so maybe they're looking at the tapes, going to analyze it. And up next, it looks like we have Colette Davis.
She's sitting on 38.
In her louder vet that she's got going on there.
Yeah, it sounds nice. Sounds very nice. So we'll see. It seems like they're still talking about it.
Yeah, they're still debating it, but Colette Davis, Kumo Tires, sponsored by Celsius Energy Drink, House of Pre, pronounced Pre, people that want to say pricks, but House of Pre. And she's out here to represent. She is not a stranger to Klutch Kickers competition whatsoever. She's fought some good battles out here, and she's here to show that she is a #1 contender.
Absolutely. And we've been seeing her progress, from the last round to this one. I've been watching her in practice. Seems like the car seems like it has more power. That exhaust really opened it up, huh?
That sounds a lot better. Before she would go around track, you wouldn't even hear the car. It was almost like your ears got recessed, right? 'Cause last round we were actually right on the track, and just all the noises of the cars and the engines and everything. And you didn't even know she was out there. Now she wants to make sure everybody knows that she's out there. She wants to make her presence felt, and she is. She's doing a great job.
Yeah. So we're still waiting to see what's happening with Christian Brown in his 2JZ S13. The judges, you know what? I'm so glad that they're not influenced by anything we say, because if it was me, I'd probably be like, yeah, you know what? He makes a good point. But no, these judges, they know what they're doing. These guys have an incredible amount of experience between them. Each of them have making it to the pro levels of drifting.
I mean, they've been all around the world. These guys have seen every side of drifting, from running events, from building sponsorship programs, from judging, from driving and competing. a total of almost 50 years of experience among the three of them. Klutch Kickers has been blessed to have a great set of judges that are there to not only judge the event, but bring so much more in order to help Klutch Kickers grow. In every event, you see growth. Every event, it gets better and better.
This is interesting. 25.
So he gets a 25.
Yeah, 25.
So Christian Brown walking away with the 25, so he will make tomorrow's competition. Agree or disagree, he's here to stay, and he's going to compete tomorrow.
I'm happy. I'm happy that he's able to run tomorrow, and hopefully he can progress his driving before top 64. And that way we can see maybe a good battle out of it. But Colette Davis pulling up to the line in her Arizona T-Can of a Corvette. It's beautiful. I love that car.
Here she goes, going down. Looks like she's fully committed as she goes into the entry, and she does, entering middle of the initiation zone, which is very good. She's making her way, trying to get deep into that first outer zone. Nice and tight on that first inner clip. Nice and tight in the touch and go. Now she just needs to put the tires right on the edge of outer zone number 2, right in front of the judges. She seems to do pretty well there. Little flick into outer zone number 3. Hold it together. I do believe she's going to better that 38 at the score from her first run.
Oh, I believe so as well. As you probably saw, she was midline through outer zone 1, but then really tightened up the line going into the inner clip, and was really good through the touch and go there. Angle could have been a little bit higher, but you know, of course, being not the most powerful car, and the Corvettes do generate a lot of grip, that could be kind of a tough task.
Right, very smooth in her transitions.
But very good, very good. I mean, so I think we're going to see a higher score than a 38. They're the judges.
64.
64. There you go.
There it is. There it is.
Moving on up is Mrs. Colette Davis as she betters her first run of a 38, now sitting at a 64.
Absolutely. Connor O'Sullivan sitting on a 71. He's coming up for his second run here.
Might have to catch up with him to see his choice of cars, because as I said, I've seen him on Facebook and YouTube and everything, and he's been driving the E46. I saw him up at the firm, and he's been doing phenomenal. So it's interesting to see his choice going back to the S14, but there must be a reason. Maybe he's saving the E46. I don't know. We shall see. But he's definitely capable in this car.
Oh, yeah. He proved it in round 3.
And here he is, see, initiating mid-initiation zone, and makes his way through the first outer zone, getting deep towards the end. Nice and tight on that clip, just a nudge. A lot of angle throwing into the touch and go. Slow switch back into the second outer zone. Holds it together. Smooth on the edge. Great job. It's hard to believe that Connor Sully is out here in his first season of competition. I want to say actually probably his second or third competitive event of his experience. Very new driver. I believe he's been drifting for less than a year, or maybe a year.
Yeah.
But carries a lot of experience over from professional motorsports, I believe, in motocross and some other forms of motorsports. So he's no stranger to competition. So that's going to help him be able to conquer those jitters as he sets off, putting down a score, and coming back tomorrow to battle it out.
It's funny how motocross really translates very well into drifting, and they're two completely different kinds of sports.
Well, being able to use that experience of competitive battling or competitive racing, it gives a lot of drivers an edge. You also see a lot of drivers come over from skateboarding and other forms of X Games type sports.
Connor did better score by 1 point.
So from a 71 to a 72.
Yep.
Congratulations to Connor O'Sullivan. We'll be seeing you tomorrow in the top 64. Next up, we have Devin, the crazy man, Crozet.
This is one of your favorite cars, right?
Absolutely. I'm a Corolla guy at heart. I've had too many to count. I can't afford them anymore.
Yep, and Devin, no stranger to drifting, very involved in Myrtle Beach Drift and B Drift, so we'll see how he takes that experience and applies it to his second run of qualifying, sitting on a 0, unfortunately. Needs to play it safe, needs to get the run down. He does. He runs a pretty shallow inside line through the first outer zone. Nice and tight on the inside clip into the touch and go. And oh, the sun went down. Oh, no, there it is. All right, he makes his way through the second outer zone, still holding it together. And flicking it into the third outer zone. Very, very safe transition there as he makes his way through the third outer zone.
Hold it.
Can't forget another fan of the Corolla, Mr. Will Parsons, one of our judges.
Oh, yeah.
That's
absolutely.
true. Mr. Will Parsons, a long-time A86 enthusiast.
Absolutely.
And owner.
Yes.
Yeah, he currently still owns.
I think he's still. Didn't he say he still daily drives one around?
Yeah, he still daily drives an SR5 coupe. And if you don't know what an SR5 is, it makes 70 horsepower when it was brand new.
When it was brand new. Downhill. Downhill with the wind.
Super reliable though, and good on gas. But anyway, Devin Kreze, we saw, of course, it was a safe run. That transition right before outer zone 3, you could see he almost straightened up, but like got the transition going again.
Played it safe there for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So I believe we're going to see a score out of this. I think the word is coming through.
42.
A 42.
42. He's on the board. He'll be battling tomorrow. And like we said prior to prior rounds of Klutch Kickers, these lower horsepower cars make it difficult for the lesser experienced higher power cars to follow.
Yeah.
Right? So it's going to be interesting to see. You could definitely see Devin and A86 kind of struggling to maintain that speed and that angle to get through the track, and as well as Brian with the E30, same thing, trying to make his way through the track, and they get through the track, but once competition starts tomorrow, it's going to be a whole nother ball game.
And let's remember something. The weather this weekend, I'm not trying to plague the competition, but the weather is unpredictable. Those low horsepower cars have an advantage.
Looks like rain in the background there. You see it?
Yep.
Got a sky cam up.
Yeah, look at the clouds here through the drone. As we got, it says Eric.
No, that's Ethan Hodges.
Oh, that's Ethan.
No,
that's not. That's
Renato.
That's Renato Garcia actually out there making his way kind of shallow. He comes all the way from Brazil.
Hang on. It's actually Eric.
Is it really?
Yes, I got confirmation. It's Eric. He's borrowing the car.
Ah, wow. See? So Eric is borrowing Renato Garcia's car in order to put a score down.
Borrowed from somebody else.
So he's borrowing a borrowed car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that don't get confusing.
That's a weird inception going on there.
Yeah, I was going to say this is definitely an inception.
Oh my goodness. Borrowing the borrowed car. We'll see how this plays out to see if Eric was able to get a score.
Hopefully. Now, if he does get a score and qualifies, he has to use that car. Because this year they went to the new rules where if you qualify in a certain car, you have to use that car.
Interesting.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, he was supposed to compete in a Pontiac GTO.
Yes.
Ah, that's the Pontiac GTO that we saw up on Jack Sands in the pits.
Correct.
Yes.
We saw him working on it quite feverishly, trying to get that car ready. I was unable to check out any of his practice runs, so what a shame. But if he gets a score, that's definitely going to be interesting how that plays out. It's a testament to the 350Zs, though, I will tell you.
Indeed.
Oh, they take a beating. FVQ
32.
35.
32.
Oh, 32, all right.
So Eric able to get a 32 for his second run. So he will be competing tomorrow in a borrowed car, borrowing car. So
I hope he doesn't have to meet up with Renato there, because then somebody's got to take the car.
And just to be clear, the competitors can't switch vehicles.
No, they cannot.
They've been barred from changing vehicles.
Yep. So once you set a qualifying run in that car,
it's going to see how the bracket turns out.
Yeah.
Right. It's really going to come down to the bracket, and then I'm assuming if they get bracketed together, the owner of the car will get the win because the other guy can't drive. Two cars at the same time.
Yeah.
we got Ethan Hodges back out in
Ryan
Acevedo's car.
Hmm.
Another borrowed car.
Yep. Ethan Hodges, a very capable driver, going to try to better his score of a 61 as he makes his way down the track. He's going to fling it in nice and early in initiation, making his way through the first, kind of shallow in the first outer zone, but bringing it out wide, getting tight on the inside clip, inches from the touch and go, and going right in front of the judges as he makes his way through outer zone number 2, giving a quick flick. A lot of damage on that passenger side door. You can tell good old Avocado has been having some fun in that car for sure, as Ethan Hodges makes his way off the track.
Ethan Hodges with a pretty nice line, although in outer zone 1 you can see he was a little shallow, but he had a lot of angle on the initiation there. So I think that's going to impress the angle and style judges because it was a very quick rate to angle there.
All right, John Wyndham up next. The Ellis powered 240SX sponsored by L&L Automotive Performance. John Wyndham sitting on a 66, hoping to better his score, trying to move up that qualifying bracket. We'll see.
Just keep thinking about how does that get settled when you have 2 competitors with the same vehicles. I mean, it could go
either way. I don't think we've come across that yet. I don't think I've seen where 2 drivers driving the same vehicle had to battle each other.
Yeah, I mean...
86.
86 for Ethan Hodges.
Yeah, that line, it really helped. It helped, I mean, and the initiation there with lots of angle and quick rate to angle, that I think that's what...
As the drivers make it down that straight, the judges are just, they want these drivers to just go 110%, full throttle, like they're drag racing and just going all out. They don't want to see any light pussyfooting as they make their way down the stretch. But wow, John Wyndham, early initiation, coming through the first outer zone, trying to get deep in there and get touch and go, makes his way through. And now he's in the second outer zone, dropping the tire, keeping it together though, dropping the tire again. Oh man, we don't want to drop too many tires. That could cause damage to the back end of the car. You see all that clay come off the dirt. Ooh, just skirting the edge of the track there. Not quite dropping the tire, but he was able to hold it together and get a full pull out of it.
It's hitting that clay is almost like hitting a curb sideways. I mean, it can cause a lot of damage.
It is rough
to a car.
It's not sand, it's clay. That, especially when it gets a little wet, that clay gets pretty tough.
Yeah, but yeah, John Wyndham, he was sitting on a 66. We'll see what's going on. If he can better that, I'm not too sure with all those tire drops.
Judges are trying to communicate, trying to get some clarification on the line and maybe how far he maybe dropped the tire, so we'll see.
Well, they need to not only cleanse themselves, because I can't imagine all the dirt that flew their way too.
Yes, yes. They are in the splash zone. Right there, right on the outer edge of outer zone number 2. You see Mr. Dwayne Ramsey kind of clearing everything off there.
Assessing the damage.
Assessing the damage. Oh, shaking off his shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if he's going to take his shirt off.
No.
Oh, no.
It's a family show. It's a family show.
Too risque there. But yeah, they do have to clean the track, though.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with all that many dirt drops, it just brings the dirt back into the...
Everybody that's here today, if you guys can hear me out there in the pits, if you see a Klutch Kickers staff member walking around, I want you guys to just shake their hand, tell them they're doing a great job, because the only reason why this event happens is because of the staff, the people that volunteer their time to come out here and put this event together. What you see today is the result of countless days, hours, and weeks of planning, trying to get this event together. So make sure you appreciate the staff. But we're going to take this moment. We're going to go jump to a commercial. Thanks to sponsors. Don't go anywhere.
This murder puts me in the mood. Ah, shit.
And we're back, folks. So some interesting things we found out during the break. One is that Emerson apparently blew his transmission at the end of his run, so it looks like he's going to be out of the competition. That's a shame.
Yeah, if you recall, at the end of his first qualifying run, you saw his car straighten out of nowhere, and we were just wondering what happened. And Emerson messaged us, or his father messaged us, and let us know what was going on.
That's a shame.
So hopefully they can come back stronger the next time.
Yep.
And
and John Wyndham unfortunately was not able to better his score. He got a 31 on his second run, but he's still going to be in the competition tomorrow, riding on his first run. The judges will take the better of the two scores with the 66. Now we have Michael Vistoso as he makes his way. Nice initiation as he makes his way through the first outer zone, getting deep in there. Oh, dropping two tires. Oh, man.
And he was already sitting on a unfortunate the top 64, but take the rest of the run because it's your last one of the weekend.
Oh, man, what a shame. What a shame.
All right,
Well, you know, he's frustrated, not finishing off the weekend the way he would have liked, unfortunately. But these are lessons we learn as drivers. He'll be back, I'm sure, next time. And hopefully he can get that car all squared away, because I believe he didn't even make his first run.
No, he did not.
So he unfortunately had to put everything on the line for the second run and just pushed a little too hard. What a shame.
All right, we're going to be seeing Jason Dixon coming up to the line. He's in the Fun Haver RX-7 FC.
Yep. For you guys out there, I want you to make your way over to the vendors. Check everybody out here. We got Fun Haver. Fun Haver, everybody knows who Fun Haver is. They're out here selling apparel and accessories. Please check them out. Support the cause. Island Resort Hotel, Frozen Yeti, shaved ice. Keep cool and have some shaved ice. But here we go. Next up, we have Jason Dixon out there, and it's not Michael, it is Jason Dixon out there in his FCRX7 making his way through the first outer zone. Oh, major correction there. Could this be another 00? We shall. Oh no,
he has a score.
Oh, he has a 43. Okay, good. Okay, so he did start sitting on a score, so he will be in tomorrow's competition nonetheless. But unfortunately, he's not going to want to do that tomorrow in competition.
Yeah, that is unfortunately he cannot better his score to put him higher into the bracket, possibly get a better matchup.
Yep.
But we're gonna still see him tomorrow.
Yes.
It's a cool looking car. Both FCs look awesome.
Beautiful cars. love the FC.
Yeah.
Also, before I forget, we also want to thank Grip Royal. They're out here. They're going to be out here selling steering wheels. Check them out. Support the cause. Kensei Wheels, Cosmo Tires, Liquid Bali out here with a wealth of information. If you have any questions about the best oil to choose, and they're out here to answer any questions for you. Dippin' Dots is out here trying to keep everybody cool as well. Check them out. We got Juan's Tacos, and then of course we have the Klutch Kickers concession stand serving hot dogs and hamburgers as well. So all these vendors, they come out here to help support the scene, and we just ask in return that we support them and make them sell out of hamburgers and hot dogs and ice cream. You know, why not? How else are we going to get more people to come out here and want to provide those services for us? And they're all family-owned businesses, and that's what's great, to just support these businesses in their endeavors.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, if you're out there, we know it's hot. Please keep hydrated. Get stay in the shade as much as you can. Wear sunscreen.
Is that a Wrangler out there?
That is our Wrangler, Gabby
Jordan out there with the backpack. Looks like he's having some really deep discussions there, pondering life. He's always out there taking shots and photos for us, for our media, Drift Sessions Media. You guys can check us out on our Instagram, Drift Sessions, on our YouTube page, or our YouTube channel, Drift Sessions, also on Facebook for Drift Sessions. And we've actually had quite a few of the drivers and the judges on our show and done some great interviews. Yeah. You guys check out those interviews. Those are good interviews. Get a little behind the scenes, in-depth information on what goes on. And not just Klutch Kickers, but in a lot of these drivers programs we've had. Most recently, we had passionate Pat Gooden on our show.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so we got to catch up with him. We've had all the judges on our show. We've been blessed with being able to build these relationships every time we come back to Klutch Kickers, and just build on those existing friendships and get new friends out of this. It's just been an amazing experience to be a part of this program.
Absolutely, and we have a lot of fun on our show too. So I mean, we want to extend that out to you. Join us as on our show as we poke fun at each other.
Yeah, we poke fun at each other to have a good time. But here we got the qualifying leaderboard. We're going to start number 16, Nick Castleberry at the number 16 spot with the 74. Tied is Ryan Acevedo with the 74. And then we have Troy Banners sitting at 14th. Ben Julian in 13th position. 12th place position is Mike Pollard. 11th is Dustin Miles. 10th, Lee Yearwood. 9th, Brandon Whitnick. 8th, Nate Hamilton. 7th is Kevin Lawrence. 6th, Taylor Ray. Ethan Hodges sitting at number 5th. Dirk Stratton sitting at number 4th. Adam LZ sitting in 3rd with a 90. And we have Taylor Holt and Brandon McDowell tied with a 91 for 1st and 2nd.
I see some of those names shaking up a little bit for their second runs. Mm-hmm. I expect to see some of these drivers really put it on for their second run and put some really high scores, especially Alec Honadell, which is sitting on a 0 again.
Correct.
So let's see. Well, he's going to be the last one to run, so he always does that. He always builds up such a
suspense, right?
Such a suspense, yes. So thank you, Alec.
Yep.
For keeping us extremely entertained on what's going to happen next.
How much an effect do you think this wall is going to play into tomorrow's competition in regards to tandem battles?
That is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know because we don't have the experience with the wall yet. But I mean, from what I could see, tandem battles, I mean, the lead drivers are going to try not to follow or go all the way out as much as they did before, because there was nothing to hit. There was it was kind of a gray area in some sorts. Now with the wall being very definitive, I think they're going to be a little bit safer through there. But I'm going to also say I think we're going to see the cars bunch up, like the follow driver is going to get a lot closer through there, because you're going to be seeing some drivers being tentative in the lead position. So
we'll see mentally how it's going to play out. We
don't know.
It's only one way to find out, and we'll find out tomorrow.
We honestly don't know, but we're going to find out tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, we don't know much, but what we do know is you don't want to miss tomorrow. That's for sure. Tomorrow's going to be some exciting battles, and also check out some of the vendors and also some of the sponsors that made this event what it is today. Is the Island Resort Hotel, which is the official accommodation of the $100,000 Drift Series. We got BC Racing Coilovers, Chase Bays, Drift HQ, Grip Royal, Ignite Racing Fuel, Nitrous Outlets, RTS Race Tech Services, the official transmission of the $100,000 Drift Series, Kensei Wheels, Tire Streets, Accelera, Action Clutch, Liquid Molly is on site, Cosmo Tires, Lucky Labo, and ECU Masters. thank you so much for all those companies that felt it was just in their best interest to come and support Klutch Kickers. We can't thank them enough.
Absolutely. Now we're just waiting for the track to be cleaned up, and we're gonna see Mike Evans come onto the track. Mike Evans is sitting on a 0.
So what do you gentlemen think would be the most exciting battle tomorrow? You think it'll be another Taylor versus Taylor battle royale? I mean, that's been a very sought after battle that we've seen in the past.
I would say the Corolla against the BMW E30.
Yeah.
E30 versus A86.
Yeah.
Here we go. Randy Noah out there coming out of the gate. Surprise, here I am as he makes his way into the touch and go, getting nice deep. He's sitting on a 0, so he just needs to put down a score. Doesn't want to set the world on fire right now, but he does want to put down a solid score, so he's not at the bottom of the bracket, and he makes his way through the third and final outer zone, putting on a smoke show. Mr. Randy Noah, one of my favorite all-time battles, Randy Noah versus Alec Honadale.
Oh my goodness, was that a battle to watch? I mean, we didn't think that Randy had it in him to go against Alec like that, and he put a fight up against
It wasn't
Alec.
even that. It was also like he put down such a great run that I was like, man, how is Alec going to top that? And of course, it's Alec Honadale, and he topped it. But
and they went one more time, right? Is that correct? I believe they did.
so. But it was definitely one of my all-time favorite Klutch Kicker battles.
Absolutely, I agree with that. That would mean that Mike Evans is sitting on a 0 right now. If he did not call a competition timeout, but Randy Noah is definitely going to get a score for that. And Randy always aggressive as always.
Mm-hmm.
You know, exciting to watch.
70.
70.
Nice. Randy Noah sitting on a 70. Thankfully, not a 0. I was getting a little worried for Randy there for a second there, so I'm glad he was able to get a score on the board and work out whatever details he needs to work out in that car. It looked like it ran well. It looks like he played it very safe on that run. Very important to get a score, right? So we'll see.
Coming up next should be a fan favorite, Ronaldo Garcia.
Ronaldo Garcia, very famous in Brazil, and got a huge following. We're just excited to have him here with us today, and his family and his friends out here supporting him and putting his own experience to the test out here against some world-class drivers. So here he goes as he makes his way down the track representing Brazil. Ronaldo Garcia making his way through the first outer zone, getting nice and tight on the first in a clip. Not as deep as he should be into that touch and go, but he's holding together nonetheless. Getting wide. It looks like he dropped a tire through outer zone. Ooh, a little bobble. I don't know if he quite straightened out.
Oh, there it is.
He did straighten out.
Well, he's got a score.
He does have a score of a 38. I'm sure he would much rather have a better score, and I'm sure he'd probably like to be in his own chassis as well. But
I should be a fan.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because we share last names. So Garcia.
Yeah, but I think he's more talented.
Yeah, well, I can't argue that one.
Yeah.
You know?
But unfortunately, it looks like the car shut down.
Oh, boy. And that car is being driven by 2 drivers.
So that car being down could take out 2 drivers in a competition.
Yeah. Yep. So we'll see what happens. They have all night tonight to work on it and get it fixed.
Maybe they're going to push it out with the drone. That'd be interesting.
They're bringing out a pickup truck, maybe to...
Yep. For those of you that are just tuning in, I want to thank you for joining us for the Top 64 qualifying, sponsored by Grip Royal Steering Wheels, and they actually have other merchandise as well. Check them out. They have some amazing steering wheels. I think, Noel Garcia, you have a steering wheel, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I have one in my Mustang, and I absolutely adore that steering wheel. It feels so good. It's so much better than the stock one.
You sleep with it underneath your pillow? I think he does.
Yeah, it does. It gives me a little height in the pillow, so...
All right.
Much needed for my neck, you know.
Mm-hmm. So we got... Fortunately, we hope Mr. Garcia can get his car. He has all night to get that thing back up and going, so we shall see. Hopefully it's something simple.
And 2 drivers are counting on it, so...
So the guys in the chat and the live stream, go ahead and start shouting out where you're from, because we've We have seen people watching on the live stream from Russia to Argentina to Japan.
From South Africa.
From South Africa, we see. So if you want to go ahead and chime in where you're from, go ahead and represent your country. Post up your flag in the live stream. We love to see the enthusiasm throughout the world. We love to see that there are so many fans around the world that tune in to watch Klutch Kickers $100,000 drift series, especially on a day of qualifying. Well, we know all the majority of the excitement is going to be tomorrow.
Right.
So those of you that are tuned in today, please tune in again tomorrow. Check out Klutch Kickers' website. They sell merchandise through there. They have all their up-to-date information. You can check them out. I believe it's clutchkickers.com, and as well as all the other sponsors that we have here.
Look at the answers
And
we have.
that being said, they're going to clear the track, and we're going to go ahead and pay some bills and run an ad.
It's the superior chassis.
Ballin' since I was a chick, but before opening and filming the skits, I had to go to get rich. I broke down, can't fix that shit. I cried at night, I admit that shit. I'm too old out with that bitch. She left me alone, but I'm just that bitch. Right now, I hit that.
And it looks like we're back. It looks like Sarah Harrow out there coming down the track. That was abrupt, but we are back. And Sarah trying to top her first score of a 38. She wants to get deep in that touch and go. Not so much, unfortunately, but midline, kind of struggling to keep it wide. Oh, yeah, she unfortunately had a shutdown. That will be a 0 for Mrs. Sarah Harrow. Sarah Harrow, known for her appearance on the Netflix series Hyperdrive. She's, I believe, a truck driver by profession.
Yes.
Out here, hanging with the fellas, showing it that, hey, I can compete too, right? And she's doing a great job in a V6 powered Mustang. Not to mention that she elected not to switch over to a V8 and to keep the original V6. It's helped her. For one, she's gained quite a bit of a following for those diehard Mustang V6. No, you're a Mustang. What do you think about the Mustang V6? Is that a worthwhile platform or not so much?
Well, I'll tell you what. I got a V8, and she still makes more power than I do. So
I'll tell you what. That's right. I'll tell you what. Well, we shall see.
two-valve life.
But she's doing it out there. She's a competitor. She comes out here and she throws down with all the other guys, so she's doing a great job. She will be out here. She's not sitting on a great score of a 29, but she will be out here tomorrow nonetheless, and that'll put her to battle one of the top qualifiers today. So
Yep.
If she is having issues with the car, we just hope that she gets it dialed in. She has all night tonight to work on it and some practice tomorrow. And it looks like up next is
Walter Johnson.
Walter Johnson in the Mazda 6 front. Is it Mazda 6 front end? Oh,
Yeah.
taking out that inside clip. Not good. And he makes his way into the second outer zone. Trying to get on throttle. You can hear him on throttle. You can hear that V8 just rumbling as he makes his way into the third and final outer zone. Pretty midline as he makes his way through there. Getting a little deep towards the end, but I don't know if that'll be enough to top his first score of a 60.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he will be topping that score, as his line really had a lot left to be desired there. But, you know, he is also coming back to the series. This is his first time back since last year. And also, the car has a new setup. It's now turbocharged, as it wasn't last year.
Okay.
So
new power band, I'm sure. It's got to take some while to get used to. But
yeah,
he's sitting on a 60 currently. maybe he topped his first run.
56.
56, unfortunately, was not able to top his first run, but a 60 still a respectable score, puts him in the middle of the pack. So we shall see how that pans out when they set up the grid. The grid will be live on clutchkickers.com, so check out Klutch Kickers for up-to-date information on scores and the bracket as we go through tomorrow's competition.
Yep.
And it looks like next up we have
Will Couch.
Will Couch.
Yeah.
With a phenomenal first run. His first time at Klutch Kickers, first time at this track competing, and barely a year, I don't even think, not even a year of experience. He's doing a great job, Mr. Will Couch, as he makes his way down the track. Nice, aggressive initiation. Makes his way through outer zone. Looks kind of shallow from here. Getting nice and tight. Ooh, just taking out that inside clip. Not as deep on that touch and go as he should have been, but he's bringing out nice and wide right in front of the judges. It's good to see a new driver come out here and represent. Mr. Will Couch, you're doing a great job as you make your way through the third and final outer zone. Sponsored by Linton Motorsports, Premier Auto Wire, Stage Wheels, and Tiger Racing.
Ah, Sammy Tiger. That's
Sammy Tiger.
Yeah,
Is that the same?
Yeah, Sammy Tiger from Atlanta.
But Tiger Racing is Sammy Tiger?
Yeah.
Wow, Sammy Tiger. That's a name for those of you that have been around for a while. Definitely know about Sammy Tiger.
Yeah. So
The SWD days.
yeah. Well, he's from Atlanta, so
Yeah.
that's where Sammy.
You know what I most remember Sammy Tiger for? Falling asleep during, like, in between runs. He'd be falling asleep in the pit, like in his chair with his head down.
Really?
Yeah, you're like, hey, Sammy, it's your time to go. And he'd be sleeping.
But yeah, Will Couch sitting on a 71. He hits that inner clip with the front of his car. That's definitely going to be a deduction there.
57.
57.
I want to point out something that Captain Ben, you just brought up to my attention. You know, one of our very own judges was on a show recently.
TV star.
A TV, yes, he's not only a judge, he is now a TV star known worldwide. And what was the show? Hoopty World Champion?
Yep. World Championship.
Hoopty World Championship. So check out our very own Officer Dan on Hoopty World Championship.
Oh, he's not the only TV star we have here.
No, he's not.
Actually,
Well, what?
our very own Tim Murphy right here.
Ah, yes, I was on the Getaway Driver. Can't say it was my best performance of my lifetime. I think I regret the decision I took, but it was exciting and fun nonetheless. But enough about that. We're going into the next driver,
Wyatt Webb.
which is Wyatt Webb and his 350Z Professional Auto Collision sponsored, and he makes his way through the first outer zone, nice and tight on the inside clip, flicking in, kind of far off that touch and go. But it's the angle, almost bobbling through that second outer zone. Not the best place to make a mistake, but he will get a score as long as he can hold it together. Will it be enough to top his first score of a 30? I don't know. What do you think?
Well, his first score of a 30 actually seemed very similar to what we just saw there, but I think there was more bobbles here. So I'm thinking it might not be as high, but 30 is kind of a low score, so you never know. It could be topped.
Just wanted to mention, if you want to catch Dan, check out the Motor Trend On Demand website. You'll be able to find the Hoopty World Championship show, and also to catch the Getaway Driver Discovery Channel.
Discovery and Discovery Plus. You can check out Getaway Driver. It's Michelle Rodriguez is one of the hosts. It's an exciting show. You'll see a lot of drifters on this show, so go check it out, the show, and root for your favorite drifter.
30.
30. Oh,
30.
Wow. He matched his score.
Wyatt Webb.
He's consistent.
He's consistent.
Yeah.
He got 30 and 30 back to back.
Willie Espinosa, we know that he had car troubles earlier in the day. He couldn't do his first qualifying run, but is he going to come out for his second to make the show tomorrow?
Let's see what happens.
64? There he is.
All right.
He's at the line.
King's Performance, RX-7, Willie Hoopy Espinosa.
That car is just wicked.
It is a wicked car, coming from all the way from Orlando, coming out here represent. And away he goes. He knows this track. He's not a stranger to competition. And let's see how he does. Initiating. Mid-initiation zone. Looks like he's struggling with some angle in the beginning of that initiation there, but he's way off the touch and go. But at this point, he really just needs to get a score, then he can figure out whatever bugs he needs to figure out. As long as he can pull out a score, he can take care of whatever issues he has with that car tonight and be ready to battle it out tomorrow. So Willie, looks like you got a score.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be a score. But what a rough-looking run. I mean, where to begin? I mean, on that. This is not normally how Willie drives. We've seen him before. He's a pretty good driver, and I suspect that if he can get his car fixed tonight, we're going to be seeing a totally different driver tomorrow in that King's Performance RX-7.
26.
26. Wow, that's second to lowest.
That is second to lowest. So he's going to have his hands full tomorrow because it's going to put him up against the top tier of the bracket. So
yep.
Typically the way, if you have not watched drifting before and are new to how the bracket's set up, the way they set it up is the top qualifier will go against the bottom qualifier, and then they just kind of work their way towards the middle. So qualifying at the bottom is not where you want to be, because that means your first battle is going to be up against the number one qualifier. So you know, sometimes people use it as a strategy, but I don't think that was the case here.
No. But as you can see in the burnout box, we do have fellow Ambivero in the King's Performance E36. He is sitting on a 54. So we're going to see if he can better the score. Fellow definitely has the potential to do that. We've seen him drive before. And, well, he's been a veteran here in the Klutch Kickers series, and he can really lay it down. Let's see.
Okay, initiating towards the end of the initiation zone there. Fellows trying to hang it out nice and wide. He's right on the edge. I'm not sure if he dropped the tire, but very close. And getting into the touch nice and tight as he makes his way into the second outer zone. Outer edge. Fellow doing a great job right on the outer edge of outer zone number 2. That's where he needs to be. You want to put it right in the judge's face, and he did, and he makes his way through outer zone number 3. Oh, nice job, Mr. Fellow and Bavero. Hold it together. That was a great run. I definitely feel he bettered his 54.
Oh, absolutely. I can't see this being any lower than that because, I mean, just on the line alone, he was everywhere he needed to be. He did have maybe that tire drop on outer zone 1, but he filled outer zone 1 as the judges expect the drivers to do. He hit the touch and go just perfectly. Outer zone 2 filled it all the way out, and then, of course, you know, outer zone 3, he finished it off very well.
Did a great
while
job.
Maintaining a high degree of angle. And
no, he did a great job. Fellow,
Yeah.
I'm a longtime friend. I've known Fellow for a long time, and always a blast to hang out with, a wealth of information. He's done various different motorsports, from race instructor to drift instructor. Just an all-around great guy. If you get a chance to catch up with Fellow in the pits, by all means, reach out to him, and you're just going to really get to meet a genuine, just one driver that just loves the sport so much and is out here and just competing and just having a blast. So always appreciate Mr. Fellow and Bavero coming out here and giving the fans a show.
yeah, so as we await our score, there is Blake Van Thoff waiting to get into the burnout box to begin his second qualifying run. Blake Van Thoff in that new E92. We've been stuck on that E30 today.
Yeah, well, because it's such a beautiful car, the E30.
Yeah.
But yeah, E92, you know, some people like it. I've heard certain pro drivers not a big fan of the E92, but it's a beautiful car, and I've seen some drivers do some great things.
57.
A 57.
Okay.
Wow, I would like. Well, okay.
Hey, you bettered it, right?
You bettered it, yeah.
Yep.
So let's see what happens here with Blake Van Thoff. He is in the burnout box.
And the last time we saw Blake Van Thoff, what was he driving? I don't believe he was driving this car, right?
No, it was an E36 with a turbo LS as well. So we'll see. He's from Marietta, Georgia, which is right north of Atlanta.
We have drivers from all over the country and all over the world coming here to check out and put their skills against the skills of other drivers here, world-class drivers, people from all around the world. Like I said, we have Keone Rodriguez. He's residing on the West Coast, but he originally hails from Hawaii, and he's always brings his family out here, brings a ton of love, and always puts on a great show. But right now, it is Blake Van Thoff's turn to put on a show for everybody. Initiating right at the beginning of the initiation and makes his way, ooh, a little bobble, trying to get deep into that first outer zone. Takes out the first inside clip. Makes his way into the second outer zone. Let's see, while security comes a little midline as he makes his way to the second outer zone. And into outer zone number 3. Like I said, this is not Fellow. This is Blake Van Thoft in his E92 BMW. And let's see how he does. Let's see how this judge sort of see if he can better his first score of 55.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of drivers have that issue where they don't do so hot throughout the first outer zone. And then as they get out of the touch and go area, they really are able to do the rest of the run quite well. So we'll see if he can better that score. It's going to be close, and I suspect.
Well, we'll see. You know, thankfully, it didn't start raining again, so the track is still dry, so that's a good thing. Next up, it looks like we have Michael Farino. He's going to be out here in his Mustang trying to beat his first score of 58 as the judges deliberate and get a score for Mr. Blake Van Thoft for his second run. Want you guys to go and check out the vendors here. Go get some food. You got Juan's Tacos out here. Make sure everybody stays fed. We have the Klutch Kickers concession selling hot dogs, hamburgers. Go check out Fun Haver. Buy some apparel and accessories. If you guys don't know, there is an after party at the Island Resort and Hotel located in Fort Walton Beach. It's right on the beach. Come have a couple drinks in the Tiki Bar right by the beach. Meet some of the drivers, meet the judges, and just hang out, have a great time. We always enjoy checking everybody out and catching up with everybody. Grip Royal steering wheel, Frozen Yeti, shaved ice, and nachos, pretzels, and lemonade to have as well. Kensei wheels, Cosmo tires, Liquid Molly, Dippin' Dots, and more to come, I'm sure. I also saw the T-Mobile vehicle out there, so come check them out as well. So I've been a long time T-Mobile user.
Huh.
Yeah, I think I want to say like 10 years, so 10, 12 years. But
58 for Blake.
A 58 for Mr. Blake Van Thoft, so he does get 3 points greater, but right now it doesn't look like Michael Farino is moving. I saw him starting to warm up, and he kind of stopped. I wonder what's going on there. Hey, you got look at those people sitting on top of the roof. They're enjoying. Those kids are having a good time, getting up high so they can see all the action.
Michael Farino made it to the line. Didn't tell you exactly what happened there at the end.
Scared me for a second, right?
Yeah, it scared me. I was like, uh-oh, I have one of those. What happens?
Yep. All right. We have Michael Farino initiating a little later in the initiation zone, but keeping it out wide, getting it nice and in and tight on that inside clip off the touch and go, but making his way into the second outer zone. He wants to ride that outer zone right on the outer edge as best as possible, flicking it into the third outer zone. Keeps it together, and we see a fan there. All right, switching back into the end of the course there.
Yeah, Michael Farino sitting on a 58. I'm not too sure if that's going to improve with this run. He had a very similar line, but I saw a few more mistakes in this run. But, of course, the judges, they see things way better than we do, so let's see what they have to say about Mike Farino's run.
Well, there's everybody on top of the rescue vehicle. I don't know if they can hear me, but just wave hello to that drone if you guys can see me.
They probably can.
Yeah. I wonder if they know there's thousands of people worldwide watching them.
Maybe afterwards.
You see Liquid Molly. Got representatives out here if you have questions about motor oils and what additives to use. There's a wealth of knowledge over there. Go check out Liquid Molly. And
I was just thinking too, a lot of our drivers here actually have merch to sell and offer to the spectators that come out. So if anybody wants to support them directly, you could do so. Come out to the event, check out some of your favorite drivers, take photos, ask questions, and buy some merch. Help them out.
Yeah, a lot of the drivers, they come out here and they're developing a professional program, and part of that is learning how to market themselves by selling merch, hats, shirts, whatever they can to let everybody know not just who they are, but to gain a following.
54 for Michael.
So Michael Farino, unfortunately, not able to better score, but he's sitting on a 58.
Yeah, so he'll be there tomorrow. in the top 64. We'll see how he does tomorrow with the car. Like I said, I was talking to him earlier. He was telling me about power steering issues with the car, which is actually kind of a common thing for these cars when you take them out drifting.
What is it about the power steering that happens? Is it get too hot?
They overheat, yeah. They overheat. There's ways to fix it. You can slow down the pump and whatnot. But right now, on the line, Andrew Maurer sitting on a 69. Nice. Let's
All right.
see what he's got.
Making his way down the track. Nice early, right? Initiating almost right at the very beginning of the initiation zone. Trying to stretch it out deep into that first outer zone. He does, getting in far off that touch and go, unfortunately. But breaking into the second outer zone. Riding on that outer edge, doing a great job is Mr. Andrew Maurer as he flicks it into the third and final outer zone. Trying to keep it nice and wide. Dropping the tire. Unfortunately, that will count a little against him, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to better that first score of a 69, but who would?
Yeah, it's why would you want any other score?
Yeah.
You know, that should be the top score.
Yes.
But anyway, you know what? There should be a new rule. Yeah, people can get a 99, 100, whatever, but if you just hit right at 69, you're number one automatically.
Automatically.
Yeah, we're good.
And then your higher score will be the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Oh, makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. I like that. I like that.
Well, he's got to fix that caulking there. That kind of looks kind of rough. I bet you that leaks. Interesting.
Hey, there's definitely a little space between the caulking there.
66.
66. Andrew Maurer, unfortunately, not able to. Did get close.
It's fine.
56.
Oh,
My apologies. My
56.
apologies.
Oof.
Either way, 69 is still on top.
Yeah.
Or bottom. Depends how you think about it.
Sorry, that was good. That was really good.
There you go. All right, up next.
Up next, Tyler Berry in his E36 powered by an LS. He's got a new livery on that car from Port St. Lucie. No, Powell, Tennessee. Excuse me. My bad. So we'll see. He's sitting on 74. He's off to the races to initiate.
Coming in. A lot of angle in through that first outer zone. Kind of shallow at the start, but working his way back into that inside. Just as he makes his way through the second outer zone. Holds it together. He's going to flick it into the third outer zone. He does. Now he just needs to hold together. He is sitting on a 74. So I'm not quite sure. A lot of angle as he makes his way out of the track, but I'm not sure if that beat the 74. I guess we shall see.
Yeah, I don't think that beats the 74, but we'll see what the judges have to say. He's trying to throw a lot of angle, but you can see that through throwing a lot of angle, the car is having trouble staying on the line. So we'll see what the judges have to say about that. I think it's going to come back to haunt him a little bit.
You can kind of see Willie. Is that Ben Hobson back there? There's Dustin Miles of Style sitting in the golf cart, chatting it up. Looking around, waving to us. Yep.
It's probably telling the guys the benefits of the toilet seat.
There he is. All right. Dustin Miles of Style. Yep. That's the man right there. Definitely one to watch. One of the top contenders here, the Klutch Kickers, $100,000 Drift Series. Go check him out. Support that man. He's always just a good time to hang out with Mr. Dustin Miles of Styles. Yep. Now we're back waiting to see if Tyler Berry was able to best his first run of a 74. And look at him. There's some bearded men out there. Look at them.
I have a bunch of kids that are sketchily hanging out on top of a van.
Oh, there you go. Check out those. Look at guys. I don't know if they can hear me, but I see you boys up there on top of that roof. We see you. Yeah, we're on the live stream. We're just trying to have fun. We're just trying to kill some time here as we're waiting for the score of Mr. Tyler Berry. Look at that bird's eye view. You can see some rain in the distance there. Thank goodness it has not come to us yet.
84.
84.
Wow.
Nice. Mr.
Okay.
Tyler Berry able to best his first score, 74 to an 84.
Yeah, I mean,
and there you go. If you're working your way from the left to the right, we have our judge on the left, Mr. Will Parsons. In the middle, Mr. Officer Dan. And then to the right, Dwayne Ramsey. About 50 years experience. Oh, yep, they hear me. About 50 years experience.
Hello.
Between the three of them. Much appreciated. A lot of respect. All the drivers, they know them. They love them. most of the time. We'll see. That remains to be seen after this event. We shall see. Anyhow, we have Mr. Adam Rozek. No?
Nope. Hayden Cottrell.
Hayden Cottrell. So Adam is out again. Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, that's very sad. I mean, he's gonna have a double zero there.
Yep.
Hayden sitting on a 71. Let's see what he's got here.
Well, initiating right at the end of the initiation zone, working his way deep into the first outer zone. Nice, getting nice and tight, just taking out that cone on the inside clip, bringing it probably not as deep as he would have liked into that touch and go. Wants to stretch it out wide. Kind of a midline there, but it is a solid run. Not sure if he's going to top his first score of 71 as he kind of runs midline through the majority of outer zone number 3 as well. Solid run, but we shall see what happens.
You know, something I've noticed with cars that have short overhangs, like the 350Z, the Corvettes, that kind of thing, it's a little bit harder to get to that touch and go with the wall there, because you know you don't have that much behind the rear wheel. So it's I've noticed that it's become a little bit of a challenge. So let's see what we've got for Hayden Cottrell here.
And after that should be Steven Tessanero.
Yeah, Steven Tessanero also sitting on a 0. He was not able to do his first qualifying run.
54.
A 54 for Hayden Cottrell.
So he didn't better his first score, but Stefan Tessanero sitting on a 0.
71 ain't bad. Yeah, so, it looks like Tessanero here is borrowing a car. This is not normally his car.
Whose car is that?
Let me run through the list real
Let's
quick.
scroll back up over here. Mike Evans? Was it?
I'm not sure.
No, Vistoso. Michael Vistoso.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, so he's got a doubles. Michael Vistoso has a double 0, so might as well let Steven Tessanero drive the car, see if he can get a qualifying run in.
Yep, Steven Tessanero, no stranger to Klutch Kickers. Definitely a top competitor, making his way through the first outer zone. Very shallow in the first outer zone, but at this point, he's supposed to put down a score. So far, he is doing on the outer edge. He's going to drop on a tire, flick it back into the third outer zone. As long as he holds it together, we'll see him tomorrow competing in a borrowed car.
Yep.
And he makes it out.
It's a completed run right there. We saw that he was a little off on outer zone 1 there, and then his transition to the touch and go was a little slow, but he got it out there anyway and still completed a run. So he's going to be there tomorrow, the top 64.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to watch. Steven, I believe he drives a 370Z normally, or is it a 350?
No, it's another 350.
So
the
he's
Anubis.
Right,
something like
right.
that.
Has Anubis, the black and yellow livery.
53.
53. There you go. Steven Tessanero will be in the competition. Thankfully, be able to put a score down on his second run in qualifying. We are about, I would say, 3/4 of the way done with qualifying. Up next, it looks like we have George Thomas. George Thomas currently sitting on a 66 on his first run. I'm sure he's hoping to top that. Like I said before, number 1 qualifier will walk away with $1,000 just to be the number 1 qualifier. So that's just an extra bonus on top of all the other giveaways that they have here at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. So I'm sure George Thomas wants to see if he can get his hands on that $1,000 and initiate nice and early. Running a little shallow in the first outer zone, but nice and tight on that clipping, that inside clip there, a little off the touch and go, making his way into the second outer zone, taking out that outer zone marker as he makes his way through the second outer zone, and flicking it back into the third outer zone, holding it together. Nice run for the most part. Do you think it'll top his 66?
Definitely not.
No?
Yeah,
No.
I think that's going to be tough to do, considering that the line left a lot to be desired in a lot of spaces, especially through outer zone 1 and outer zone 2. You can see he came into the outer zone 2 a little wide, and then you can see the car just rip forward. And, they're giving him a 0.
Yep.
Oh, because he took out the cone?
Center punted.
From the center of the wheel forward,
Yep.
it's a 0.
Any hit or contact with a cone or line marker with the center of the rear wheel forward will constitute a 0. So unfortunately, he has a 0 for that last one. Wasn't able better to score, but he does have a 66, so he will be here tomorrow. So now we have Mr. Cabot Cardoza. Emerson Noguera unfortunately blew his transmission. Cabot out here trying to top his first score of 56. Not too bad. Trying to get, he gets nice and tight on this. Into the second outer zone, but midline, not really where the judge would want to see him. Going to flick it back into the third outer zone, midline as well. So maybe or maybe not, he might have beat the bestest score of 56, but we shall see.
I definitely think the style score is going to be nice because he had lots of throttle commitment, nice transitions, decent amount of angle, but the line score, especially through outer zone 2, is definitely going to hurt the score a little bit, overall score. And then outer zone 3, of course, he could have been a little bit deeper, but really what's going to hurt him is outer zone 2 there. I hope he can better his score.
Well, it looks like the drone's going in for a flyby. They make their way through. We got to see that rain in the distance. I'm really hoping that rain just stays away. We're getting close to the end of qualifying.
68.
68. Nice.
Almost nice.
Almost nice. Almost nice.
So, Lucas Torno.
There you see. You see. Look over at intent. Who we got there? We got some smiles. Nate Hamilton hiding behind the post there. Oh, there he is. All right, there we go. And Nate Hamilton, always check him out. Like I said, work your way through these pits. If you're out here and you're watching the show, work your way through the pits. A lot of these drivers have merchandise. If at minimum, find their social media pages, follow them, give them a follow, like them, support the scene, support these drivers. They come out here, they put everything on the line, and to just for us, really, to just give us a great show and just have a great time.
Lucas Torno in the King's Performance E36. How he does.
Yes, right. Lucas sporting the new livery of the King's Performance. Really shallow through that first outer zone. Taking out that inside clip. We'll see as he goes into the touch and go. Very shallow into the touch and go. Not where he needs to be, but he will get a score. I'm not sure if he's going to top that 66 as he makes his way through the final outer zone. Nice smoke, but unfortunately might be too late.
Yeah, the way he went through outer zone 1, super shallow. The line was really bad through there, but he was able to get to the inner clip. But man, I don't know. That outer zone 1 is gonna really hurt his chances of getting a much higher score. We'll see what the judges have to say. If they,
it was nice for Lucas. He's been plagued with some car issues in the past.
Yeah.
So it's great to see Lucas be able to make 2 full pulls.
Yeah.
47.
47. Yeah. So he was not quite where he needed to be to top that first score of a 66, but the car looked healthy. So now it's just going to have to come down to driver mod and just put that car where it needs to be when he battles it out tomorrow.
I was just thinking how I was concerned that Nate Hamilton wasn't going to be able to show up because he was plagued with car issues the last round.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to talk to him in the pit, but I did get to run by his car and ask him how the car was doing. He seemed pumped. He seemed excited. But right now, I'm excited to see Magic Mike work his way through the track. Always exciting, a lot of style. Look how much angle he carries through that first outer zone, getting deep in there. A lot of angle, a lot of smoke. Not as deep as he should have been into the touch and go, but let's see if he can bring it back out wide through the second outer zone. Not quite on the outside edge, but pretty close as he makes his way through this third and final outer zone. Mr. Magic Mike. Some say, oh, they call him the weatherman now. After 3 rounds ago, he summoned a storm. That was interesting. If you guys didn't get to see it,
he's calmed down now.
He has calmed down.
He has calmed down. In fact, look at today. He's definitely calmed down.
Yep. Mike Pollard, sponsored by Motorsports Tire and Opposition Motorsports. Mike, probably one of the drivers that drives the furthest just to compete here.
Yeah.
So I believe he drives some odd like 24, 25 hour drive just to come here and compete.
Yeah.
So we've seen him play with some mechanical issues in the past. We're going to just hope and pray that his car holds together, because one of the most exciting drivers to watch in a battle is Magic Mike Pollard.
And he comes every round.
Yeah, didn't he mention that like he had to learn how to take naps because he wouldn't take naps before, and then it would affect him when it came down to competition, right?
Yes, staying hydrated.
Yeah.
Hydrated and rested. These drivers need to really focus on that, because you get so excited and there's so much to do. And a lot of these drivers come out with just maybe one person helping them out or by themselves. So everything is on them as a driver to manage the car, change the tires. So when you have hot conditions like that, drivers, if you're listening to us in the pits, please stay hydrated. If crew members, keep track of your drivers. It's very important as part of the crew of your driver to make sure your driver is hydrated and rested. So
81
for
So
Mike Pollard.
one extra point.
And that goes out to everybody else out there, spectators and crew and
Media.
and staff, media, everybody. Keep hydrated. In fact, take a sip right now.
Yeah, you take a break as we watch Mr. Reese Marin zip through the course. He's coming through the first outer zone. Very shallow in the first outer zone. Getting a little closer to the touch and go. Oh, unfortunately, getting a 0.
So he would not be bettering his score of a 74.
He is in the competition tomorrow, and like I said, he is coming off a win at the Gambler.
Yep.
So he has some momentum following him into the competition. So let's see how coming off that win and coming into Klutch Kickers round 4 is going to help him gain the advantage as he competes tomorrow.
Yeah, we've seen how people might win outside of Klutch Kickers and come in with a new confidence and do really well. So there's definitely some momentum and confidence in Reese. So we'll get to see that tomorrow. But unfortunately, he gets a 0 now. But we're going to be seeing Ryan Acevedo,
Also known as Ryan Avocado, getting the green light, shooting down the track. Let's see where he initiates. All right, making his way through the first outer zone, and he's trying to get as deep into that first outer zone, kind of midline, but making it through, getting nice and tight on that first line, taking it out. Trying to bring it back out. Still not as wide as he needs to be. Ryan Acevedo, not a stranger to Klutch Kickers, not a stranger to and shuts it down.
Oh, and he stopped the car immediately.
And yes, you're right. It stopped immediately. I don't know if there's anything leaking underneath there, but here comes some of the track staff taking a look at it. Hopefully he's popping the hood.
Oh boy.
I wonder what's going on here.
And you got to remember, there's somebody else that's borrowing that car as well.
Yeah. You can obviously, just by the looks of Ryan's car, just by looking at that passenger side door, he's somebody that has definitely put some hard-fought battles, and his aggressive driving style has earned him a lot of recognition amongst other drivers.
Yeah.
It looks like
I think I heard he's leaking oil on the track.
Okay, so he is leaking
boy.
oil on the track. They want to get that off the track as soon as possible.
Okay.
Right.
Well, hopefully the damage isn't too much, and hopefully we can get cleanup done quickly.
Not to mention, okay, what's leaking oil?
Yeah.
If it's a major issue, like we said before, that car is going to take 2 drivers out.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
hopefully it's nothing major.
Hopefully it's a gasket that's easy to get to, or maybe an oil filter where you can.
I don't know, but it looks like he kind of shut it down.
Yeah. He must have seen the oil pressure.
All right, well, that
Drop.
being said, we're going to try to get this car off the track and cleaned up as soon as possible. So we're going to go ahead and jump to a commercial. Guys, don't go anywhere.
Go fast, go fast.
you know, turn on and stuff. Yeah. Fired up.
Shit.
And we are back. You can see them pulling out Ryan Acevedo. Unfortunately, had some sort of mechanical failure and had to shut his car down. Looked like he leaked some oil on the track. So that car, not just being driven by Ryan Acevedo, but as one of the drivers as well. So depending on the damage, if they can't get that fixed by tomorrow, quite possibly we'll take out 2 drivers.
Right, and that is that's a bummer. I mean, it's already bad enough when one driver can't make it, but then what is this going to do to the competition when 2 drivers get knocked out by one car?
Yes. So well, hopefully they can have a combined team, take 2 teams combined to work on that car, get done what needs to get done. I've seen some amazing things happen overnight in the drift pits, right? We've seen engine swaps, transmission swaps, all kinds of repairs and fixes that take place overnight. So we know they are capable. Now I'm looking at the camera. We can see Taylor Ray having a little conversation there with Reese Marin, talking about the event. Looks like they're both having a good time, both having great days. Like I said before, Reese Marin coming off his win over at the Gambler recently, and Taylor Ray, last round's winner. So interesting conversation I'm sure they're having. Going to have a hard-fought battles tomorrow, and hopefully next up we have Nick Castleberry. He's sitting on a 74 currently, hoping to best that score and take that #1 position away from, I believe, Taylor Hull and who was the other driver that scored a 91?
Oh, Taylor Hall and oh man, it got away from me.
It's okay. Not the first time. So Nick Castleberry is going to skip, and we're going to go over to Lee Yearwood.
So Nick Castleberry is choosing to go ahead and waive his second run, or did he call timeout? I would assume he wouldn't waste his timeout, so I guess we'll find out.
Brandon McDowell's the other one with the 91.
Okay.
Yeah,
Lee
so-
Yearwood sitting on the 91, put down a very impressive first run.
81.
I'm 81. I'm sorry, 81. And Lee Yearwood hopefully can top that 91 and take home that $1,000. We shall see.
Yeah, Lee Yearwood, a very aggressive driver in the Monster Performance S13 with the S15 friend. He definitely, in the last 2 rounds, he's really upped his game. So let's see what he's got for us right now.
Well, he initiates right at the beginning of the initiation zone. He makes his way through the first outer zone, trying to get deep into that first outer zone, but does manage to pull a nice tight line towards that first inside. A lot of throttle. That's what the judges want to see. He's going to flick it into the third and final outer zone. This could possibly best his first score of an 81. The only thing I could say the judges could fault him for is, I'm not going to say faulted for, but he wasn't quite in as deep as he should have been through the first outer zone, but he did have a nice early initiation.
Yeah, I do agree with all of that. And then on top of that, he did really well in the touch and go. He was putting the rear bumper almost on the wall there. And of course, always aggressive as always, lots of throttle, smoke everywhere. He's definitely entertaining to watch. So Lee Yearwood is waiting on his score from the judges.
Yeah. Waiting on that score, hoping, I believe he should have bested or come close to besting his first score of an 81. We'll see. Is it going to take out the high score of a 91? Is it going to be 92? I don't know. We'll see. But Lee Yearwood out of Orlando, Florida, Monster Performance. If you guys never heard of them, check them out. They provide a wide array of services.
He did better score by 1 point.
So we got an 82.
82
All right.
by Lee Yearwood. So we have Ethan Parnell in his new livery on his S14 doing his burnout before his run. Getting those tires warmed up. Getting himself warmed up.
EDP Motorsports, also sponsored by Bridge Moto, All Plumbing and Drain, AP Custom Glass, Michael T. Allen Family Dentistry. It's interesting to see some of these drivers that are able to get some sponsors from non-sport motorsports companies.
Yep.
So that says a lot for his program that he's able to get those sponsors to help support his career in the drift industry. So here we go. Ethan Parnell coming out the gate. See where is he going to enter? He's going to enter right towards the end of the initiation zone. Let's see if he can fill out. Oh, off course. Oh, that's not good.
Ooh.
What happened there?
I don't know. It looks like the car almost shut down because he. Oh, no,
It's
still running.
Still gone. It's just.
Well, he's going to walk away with a 0. Fortunately for him, he was able to get a 59 on his first run, but he knows that he needs to figure out what's going on with that car. And it looks like you see it right there, at No Parnell on the side of his car. I'm assuming that's his Instagram. You know Parnell, at You Know Parnell. Out of Georgia. Another driver out of Georgia. A lot of drivers from Georgia today.
Yeah.
Oh, far.
And the next driver is also from Georgia. You love to hate him. Michael Elsey.
Where you love to love him?
Is he from
Oh,
Georgia?
you love to love him, yeah.
Yeah, you love to love
Hey,
him.
some people really like the LS swap in the Supra.
All I can tell you, he proves that it works, right?
Yeah.
Because he's gone to battle against some of the best drivers here and proved that he can take them out. And he's a worthy competitor. That's right. You guys know him as the V8 LS-powered Toyota Supra. And now he makes his way down the track, initiating about in the middle of the initiation zone. A lot of angle coming through the first outer zone, getting nice and deep, bringing it nice and tight into that inside clip. Good distance off that touch and go, but he's stretching back out to the second outer zone. Does a fairly good job trying to get deep into the second outer zone, flicking it back into the third and final outer zone. Will he better his score of a 64? We shall see. Looks like he's representing Mid-Pond by a look at the sticker on the side there.
Yeah.
Solvent Division and Yoza Motorsports as well.
Yeah,
Just thinking about his performance in the previous round, and very competitive, and he only got knocked out by his friend Taylor Holt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah, so, and we know Taylor is tied for #1 right now, so that could tell you a lot about his driving skills there. But Michael Elsey is able to keep up and do well as well. Actually, I was wrong. He is not from Georgia. He's from Alabama.
Yeah, you know, we're saying all kinds of wrong stuff, and I was saying monster
Yeah.
performances out of Orlando. They're actually out of Melbourne.
Yeah.
It's getting late in the day. We've been talking a lot and out in the heat, so
Yeah.
give us some grace. We apologize.
Yeah. Michael
74.
and 74. He does improve. Michael is a friends with Taylor Hall, so that's why I correlated the Georgia.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. But Sean Booth is up next in that S15.
Yep, don't listen to us. We're fake news.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, gosh.
Sean Booth. I never forget the first time I saw his car. Beautiful S15. Just I for a second there, I'm like, why is he even driving that? That's definitely one of my bucket list cars I'd like to own is a S15.
I always think back to his battle against Adam LZ when LZ brought over his S15.
Oh, yeah.
So it was like a battle of like normal stage and like super upgraded stage.
Yeah. It's like Saiyan versus Super Saiyan version of the S15.
Yeah, that's what I was meant to say.
Yeah, but now we have Sean Booth. He's sitting on a 66. We know him as a driver. He can definitely improve on that. So let's see what he's got.
There he goes as he initiates towards the middle of the initiation zone. Very deep inside, unfortunate. Not where he wants to be. Taking out that inside. This is not a typical Sean Booth. He almost seems like he's not building a boost or something. But this is a very uncharacteristic run for Mr. Sean Booth. Typically, Sean Booth, when he runs out there, he's setting the world on fire. There's tons of smoke, tons of angle. So,
Yeah.
thankfully, he has a 66, so he just needs to get working on that car.
Yeah, so I couldn't tell you if that was a mechanical issue or just driver error there, but it was very apparent right off the bat that his car was not making it all the way out to the first outer zone, and then he cut it short through the touch and go as well, and it's just not a typical Sean Booth run. But he is in the show either way, so we'll see him tomorrow in the top 64. Don't worry, you'll still see that beautiful S15. Up next, we're going to be seeing Ben Hobson.
I hope, because he's sitting on a 0 currently. I don't think I've seen him in the pits. So Ben Hobson, definitely a local favorite.
Yeah.
Always exciting to watch. I know he went through a lot of issues last time. He brought his pro car, I believe, last time,
Yeah.
right? And then he had suffered some damage, and he had a Formula Drift event shortly after.
Yeah.
So he had to leave Klutch Kickers event and just put all that time and wrench on that car to get him ready for the next round of Formula Drift. So
It's funny how Formula Drift is the week after Klutch Kickers, and a lot of these guys have to get out there.
Yeah.
It's kind of daunting.
Yeah.
But there he is. He's in the burnout box. I hope we see a typical Ben Hobson run here, because he is always an exciting one to watch. Super aggressive.
Great personality.
Yeah.
Another one that when you walk through the pits, always smiling, always happy to have a conversation. Even when things are going bad, he has a good personality and always has a good attitude towards the event. And let's see how he does here. He's sitting on a 0, so he needs to put down a solid score, and I don't expect anything less from him as he makes his way nice and tight on that inside clear. Could have been into the touch and go. Scared me there for either spin or straighten out, but he holds it together, makes his way through the track, putting out a ton of smoke, ton of angle. He makes his way through outer zone number 3. Great job, Mr. Ben Hobson, putting down a run, getting a score, gonna be in the competition. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. But the car did look very unstable throughout the whole course. I can't tell you what that could be attributed to, but it definitely seems
Unstable?
Yeah, like you can see it moving around a lot and not really holding. Like he dropped the tire, but then after that, when you see in outer zone 3, you can see like he came in with a certain amount of angle, and then he poured on the angle and had to steer back in.
Yeah.
It was.
But if you look to the right of the screen, you see our qualifying leaderboard, and right now it's coming down to Brandon McDowell and Taylor Hole. Who's going to take home that $1,000? We'll see, because they are tied for first. The better of their second run will give the advantage. Even if they don't score, neither one of them beats the 91. Whoever has the greater score on their second run will walk away with that $1,000.
Yep.
Oh, that's if.
That's if. We still have a lot of heavy hitters to come.
Yep.
So we got Keone Rodriguez next. He's sitting on a 0. he as well needs to put down a score so we can see him in competition. I really do miss that Hawaiian flag. Maybe they can fasten it and get it on the car.
Just got word Ben is in with a score of 67.
Ben Hobson,
Good
score of
stuff.
67. Good deal.
Good stuff. Now we have Keone Rodriguez. He's in the C7 Corvette. You guys know him for his S chassis, whether he's in his S13 or his S14. But today he's in a C7 Corvette. We saw him in practice. He looked really good, but it was kind of weird to see how his qualifying run fell apart as he dropped the tire in outer zone 1. So we'll see if he can finally get a score, get into the show tomorrow, because he is one of those drivers that you want in the show.
Definitely. And Keone in his Corvette here, sponsored by 808 Transport and Izzy Tows It. Let's see if he can get a score on the board. We're really looking forward to seeing him battle out tomorrow on this platform. And as he makes his way down the track, always an aggressive driver, always putting on a great show for the crowd. Coming through a good amount of angle, making his way into the touch and go. Nice and deep into that touch and go. Switching back into the second outer zone. He seems to hold it together, put down a nice solid run, getting deep into that second outer zone from the way it looks from here. He's flicking back into the third outer zone. A lot of smoke, a lot of throttle. Good job, Mr. Keone Rodriguez, getting a score on the board, and I am going to be super excited to watch him battle it out tomorrow.
Man, for a car that is not his own, at least that we know of, or is a car that he doesn't drive a lot, that was a very good run for Keone Rodriguez. He's definitely one of those drivers that can adapt to any situation. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do tomorrow. We know that he's going to be in the top 64.
Yeah, he's definitely made the competition tomorrow. So he's going to see how the bracket shapes up by the time this finishes. We still, like I said, we still have some of the heavy hitters coming up. We have about 10 more drivers left to finish off qualifying at the 4th round of Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series Season 2, sponsored by Grip Royal. And we're just so excited to be here again. Really looking forward to how the battles are going to pan out for tomorrow. So a couple of other sponsors we'd like to go ahead and thank. We want to thank the Island Resort Hotel. If you guys are here local, if you're at the track and you didn't know this, there is an after party tomorrow at the Island Resort Hotel. So come have some drinks with the judges and the drivers.
88.
Oh, nice. Keone Rodriguez with an 88. Wow, he got close to bettering the 91s. Ooh, a lot of angle coming through there. A little too hot, wavering there, but man, he really came in aggressive. That's Mr. Brandon now making his way through the track. Pouring out of that car. You can just hear the throttle as he makes his way through the second outer zone, flicking it into the third outer zone. It's going to be interesting how that first outer zone is going to play into his score. A lot of points for style.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the way he nearly straightened out there, or maybe the judges will see it as a fully straight, that's going to be the nail in the coffin for that run. It's not going to better his score of a 91, which is currently number 1. Given that situation, if Taylor Holt can just do a very clean run,
well, you got a 0.
Yep.
Oh, so it looks like, as of right now, Taylor Holt, provided nobody bests the 91 score.
Correct.
If Taylor Holt can put down a run and get a score, he will walk away with $1,000. So right now, that $1,000
And points
and points.
Yeah,
in the
and
championship
points.
standings that he really needs in order to be able to regain the top spot.
Correct. Taylor Holt is currently sitting 6th on the leaderboard for this season of Klutch Kickers. Well, let's see here. Kevin Lawrence is going to make his way down the track. He's going to try to better his score of an 83. Initiating a lot of angle as he works his way through that first outer zone, getting deep in that first outer zone. Nice, getting nice and tight into the touch and go, flicking it back in, trying to get it right in front of the he does. Kind of comes inside, a little bobble there as he makes his way out of the second outer zone, flicking into the third outer zone. Wow, Kevin Lawrence always puts down a great run, and such a great guy. If you get a chance to catch up with him, you want to catch up with him as well. It's always good to see him out here rocking that R32 Skyline.
Yeah, that was an incredible initiation, and the amount of angle he was carrying through outer zone 1 and inner clip 1 was very impressive. But you could see that as he was transitioning to outer zone number 2, the car almost didn't want to transition. It kind of took a little while. His front wheels didn't go full, like from lock to lock. He kind of held on to it for a while, and then when he finally let it go to lock, the car almost drops the tire. Maybe it did, and then the car was kind of bobbled there. So that's I don't know if that's gonna better his score.
Nope. 75.
The 75.
Well, there you have it. Kevin Lawrence, unfortunately, not going to be able to take home that $1,000. And up next, we have Dustin Miles of Styles.
Yep, sitting on an 81. This is his Pro 2 or Pro Spec car. He hasn't used it this year in Formula Drift, but this car is very competitive and beautiful.
And he's definitely a capable driver, so let's see as he makes his way into the initiation. Initiates towards the middle of the initiation zone, makes his way through the first outer zone, kind of midline, taking out that inside clip, getting nice and now he wants to midline as he makes his way through the second outer zone. And flicking into third and final outer zone, wants to keep it together. Will he best his first score of an 81? I'm not too sure. He's very midline on the second outer zone.
Yeah, and on the first outer zone as well. And I don't think this is going to be a better run than his first one. Of course, you know, we don't have control of that. But but Dustin is always still exciting to watch. Either way, I mean that run still had a level of excitement that, you know, that is hard to match. So he might be able to make up some points there.
We're waiting for that score. We got Dirk Stratton.
We got the storm overhead.
Got the storm in the background. Look at that water pouring down. Hopefully that stays away.
Yeah.
78.
78 for Dustin Miles. So not able to best his score, but now we have Dirk Stratton. Has definitely a driver that has fought some extremely hard-fought battles.
Yeah.
And that beautiful livery. I love the Oracle Corvette that he drives. Beautiful.
Yeah, definitely one of those cars that you look forward to seeing, especially with Dirk Stratton behind the wheel. He's one of those drivers that can really lay it down every run. But we'll see. He is currently sitting on an 88. Actually, no, he's sitting on an 89.
Yeah. Let's see if he can best that as he makes his way down the track, flinging it in kind of early in initiation, trying to keep it wide. He does a pretty good job getting deep into that first outer zone. Nice and tight. A lot of angle as he makes his way through. Touch and go. We might definitely see a contender for that #1 spot as Dirk Stratton makes his way, billowing smoke at the back of that car, coming through the third and final outer zone right on the edge. Beautiful run by Mr. Dirk Stratton and the Oracle Lighting Corvette.
Great style, lots of angle. It's definitely something you want to see as a judge. The only thing I could say is that the line was lacking in a couple places around the track, and maybe that's going to bring the score down a little bit, but it still has the potential to be the high score. So we'll see what the judges have to say about this.
He only needs to improve his score by 3 points. Go from an 89 to a 92, and then he'll be the #1 qualifier. Looks up next, we're going to be getting Taylor Ray, another top contender. Definitely somebody that can take that $1,000 home.
Yeah, Taylor Ray, definitely one of the fan favorites out here in his LS-powered Miata. That car has proven itself in the Klutch Kickers Drift Series as he pulls up to the line here.
Yeah, really?
Oh. He did not best the score. I'm sorry.
What did he get?
By 1 point. So he got an 88.
88, okay.
88.
Unfortunately, Dirk Stratton did not better his score. Right now, we got Taylor Ray on the course. No stranger to competition, no stranger to pressure. Super humble guy. If you ever get a chance to meet him, check him out at Taylor Ray as he makes his way through the course. This 83 that he is currently standing on, but definitely a lot of speed. And carries good speed through the course. Keep it nice and wide from outer zone number 3. Give it up for Mr. Taylor Ray. Not sure if he beat that first score, though, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't think it's as impressive as his first run, to be honest. He's very committed throughout the course, but even with all that commitment, I mean, there's three criteria that the judges are looking for, right? Style, which commitment definitely falls into that. You got your line, which he was okay on, but not that great. And then angle, which he was pretty good at, but of course missing out on the line.
Oof, look at that rain in the distance.
Oh man, that is
the one good thing we got going for us. If you've never been to Florida or you're not from Florida, it will rain on one side of the street and not on the other. So
78.
78. Okay, so Taylor Ray was not able to best his first score of an 83, so he will retain the higher of the two scores into tomorrow's competition, entering him in the bracket with a 83. But as I was saying before, we could just watch that rain from a distance and hope it doesn't come this way, because we're almost done. We got less than 10 drivers left.
You know what? I got a suggestion. Someone call Magic Mike Pollard.
Ah.
Oh.
But he usually summons the storm.
Yeah, but can he like deter it?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Does he have that
Can
power?
he just control it overall? That's the question.
Right now, we're almost through it. We're almost through it. Taylor Hall up next in the ATSV Cadillac LS powered. At Taylor Hole 82. He is one of the pro Formula Drift drivers out here competing amongst several others in this round 4 of Klutch Kickers. He's got the championship in his sights, still has a ways to go, a lot of ground to make up. Let's see if he can do it. He did take out that inside clip, nice and deep, that touch and go. Taylor Hole, not a stranger to this track of where he needs to be. He does a good job of putting that car where the judges told him to, and which is what makes him such a strong contender. Well, Taylor Hall, did he best his score of a 91? If nobody else gets anything higher than 91, he will walk away with that $1,000.
Yeah.
But he does have one person standing in his way, and that is Mr. Alec Hunnadale. We've seen it before.
Yep.
Alec Hunnadale sitting on a 0, coming out and taking home that $1,000.
It's happened before, but this run was almost equally impressive. I would say that one of the things that really jumped out at me is the way he transitioned into outer zone 3. It seemed like he slow rolled into it, and then when he got on the gas, the car finally went into full angle there. And I think that's going to be something that the judges are going to look at. Of course, you had outer zone 1 with a couple of mistakes there, but he was really impressive.
Wait, hold that thought.
84.
84. Unfortunately, Taylor Hall not able to best his score over 91, but still that $1,000 is currently in his hands as long as someone doesn't take it. So we'll see how that works. I know the judges analyzing everything. Taylor Hall, he did take out a cone, and maybe a couple other mistakes not on in the zones quite where he needed to be, but nonetheless a great show. And here we go. We got Troy Manners coming up in the PRL Motorsports BRZ as he makes his way into the initiation first outer zone. Good amount of angle. Looks like he's almost on the edge of outer zone number 1. Into the touch and go. Switching back inside outer zone. Trying to get on that outer edge right in front of the judges. Right in the judges' faces. Really where they want to plant that car so that way he can leave the biggest impact and hopefully better the score as much as possible. He is sitting on a 77. I'm not too sure if he bested that, but we shall see.
Yeah, there was a few little areas that I thought were kind of interesting, especially like coming out of outer zone 2 before the transition into outer zone 3. It looked like he was pulling the handbrake to slow the car down, and that's kind of a weird way to slow the car down. If you watch most drivers, they transition and then slow the car down. Let's see what happens right here. Oh yeah, you can see he got on the brakes a little bit there before finishing the run. So we'll see what they have to say about this. There wasn't anything particular about the run that was really exciting to me.
79.
So yeah, well, so he did best the score.
More exciting than his first run.
More exciting than his first run.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
And I will tell you, you guys that are watching, and if you're just tuning in, a lot of the judging criteria and all the information that you need can be found on the Klutch Kickers website. Everything from what's required for technical inspections, as far as the point system, current standings in the championship. So please check out Klutch Kickers on their website and their Facebook. They will be updating regularly as the weekend goes through. But right now we got Nate Hamilton, always putting on a great show. Great guy, a lot of angle, coming through outer zone number 1. A little off that inside clip, but he's made his way. Flipping back into the second zone. Looks like it's dialed in, though. Doesn't look like he's having any issues as he was last round. Flicking into the third and final outer zone, making his way on the edge of the track. Yes, he is. There you go, folks. Nate Hamilton. Give it up for Nate Hamilton.
Hamilton, his first run was definitely a safe run compared to what we just saw right now. You can see he was playing a little more risky, except for maybe through the touch and go. He could have been a little bit deeper through there.
Correct.
But I think this is gonna be a higher score than his first run. I might be wrong, but you never know.
You never know. You never know. And, you know, I read the comments, and I glance through the comments on the live stream every once in a while, and I'm noticing like a little back and forth about FD cars and clutch kickers in their place. I will tell you, there is not a driver here. There is not one driver here that will complain that they have to go against an FD car.
89.
89 for Mr. Nate Hamilton.
It's getting dark.
It is getting dark, and it's getting quick, but we only have 3 more drivers left, so hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get through this without any rain.
Absolutely. Yeah, FD drivers or FD cars and their drivers in this series is definitely one of the attractions for the drivers. Yeah, for the drivers to get in here. Obviously, the money is great, but just the experience to go up against, you know, Taylor Holt's Cadillac making 1,000 horsepower, you know, and you're able to keep up with your 400 horsepower car. It's something that you're not going to get in many other places.
Yeah, there's not many other experiences, competition experience that you can get that will rival that of a Klutch Kickers event, because the diversity is just tremendous. Now we got Adam LZ coming down the track, initiating, kind of look mid of the initiation zone. Looks like he's pretty far off that first and second. Sounds beautiful. Loving the Jay-Z sounds. Adam LZ making his way in his E36, flicking it into the third and final outer zone, right on the outside edge. Adam LZ always puts on a show for the spectators. Just amazing driver to watch.
Yep.
And I'm sure if you know anything about drifting within the last couple of years, you know who Adam LZ is. So everybody give him a hand. Mr. Adam LZ, will he best his first score of a 90?
I think it
Possibly.
it's definitely up for debate, because it was a very impressive run, lots of throttle commitment, great amount of angle. His line was mostly where it needed to be. You know, you could see since last year the progression of his driving has jumped so much.
Correct.
And I mean, it's just
and you know, to go back to that Formula Drift car versus more of a grassroots or home built car, we saw that in Adam LZ.
Yeah.
Adam LZ did bring his pro car out here before.
Yep.
And found it more competitive to switch over to his E36 chassis, which by all means is no slouch, right? This is a well set up car with the help of Chelsea DeNofa and many other of his friends setting this car up, dialing that car in.
Yep.
It's been a phenomenal chassis. He's had some unfortunate mechanical failures.
Yep.
But he seems right now to have it dialed in. So he could definitely move up to the #1 spot. Currently sitting #3 in the championship race.
Yep.
Well, talking about mechanical failures, I'm just thinking back to the previous round. Shout out to one of his crew members, Johan, for coming up with a quite, I don't know how he came up with it, but managed to come up with a throttle body cable with zip ties.
With zip ties, yeah. And he was able to continue, right? Because last time I think the throttle cable took him out.
Yeah,
right?
he was set to go up against Taylor Ray.
Uh-huh.
Which that's a whole nother conversation of like so disappointing.
Hold on a second, we're getting word.
91.
91
for Adam LZ.
For Adam LZ, making Adam LZ the current holder of that top qualifier as Ben Julian works his way through the track. Can he best the score of a 91, getting deep in that first outer zone? Little off that inside clip, but deep inside as he makes it around. Ben's used the outer parts. This man, great driver, just great personality, good character as he makes his way throughout the track into the third and final outer zone, keeping it right on the edge. Wow. If you guys ever get a chance to check out Ben and Taylor and watch some of their tandems, they have some of the best tandems that you're going to see.
Oh, yeah.
I think he still has the same featured part from the last round.
Yeah, the featured part is the cup holder, the tan fold-down cup holder for $14.95 on Ben's Used Miata Parts. Contact him at bensusedmiataparts@gmail.com. Let's see here. So right now, as we're right before Ben took his lap, right now Adam LZ is the #1 qualifier, sitting on his first run of a 90, his second run a 91, tying the high score with Taylor Hull, but that second score, being a 90, is going to put him in first place.
And this is the man that
89, Ben Julian.
Ben Julian got an 89, pretty
nice
close,
score.
but unfortunately not enough. But if anybody can take that $1,000 again, It's this man right here in the ISR Nissan 240. He's coming out, and he wants that $1,000.
Oh man, this man can do it. If there's anybody that can do it, it's Alec Honadell. There he goes.
And he didn't wait. He just going right through, initiated right at the beginning, dropping a tire, coming around the first outer zone, getting deep in there, right nice and tight on the inside clip. Oh, we don't want to get that. As deep as he needs to be. I don't know if Alec Honadell, he's definitely getting a score, but I don't think he's going to take that $1,000 away from Mr. Adam LZ. We shall see as he makes his way through the track, putting a solid score down. Give it up for Mr. Alec Honadell, sitting on a 0, and that will round out our top 64 day of qualifying. We're going to have a beautiful event tomorrow. It's going to be packed with some serious battles. And judges, you three need to get some rest. You need to put some eye drops in, make sure you can see clearly tomorrow, because it's going to be some hard-fought battles.
You know, that's not what's happening. We're all going to the island. We're all gonna. Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, we probably
maybe
are
I shouldn't be blurting this out. But anyway, yeah, that was an exciting run by Alec Honadell. Unfortunately, I don't think that's gonna beat the 91.
We'll see.
And even if he does get a 91, he can't get number 1.
Correct, because he's sitting on his first run as a 0.
Yep, absolutely. So we're going to see what the judges have to say about this run.
And everybody that's watching, that was the last run for qualifying. So please stay tuned. Tomorrow, come back and join us again for the competition day of Klutch Kickers Round 4.
Yes.
Season 2, $100,000 Drift Series. You've enjoyed this presented to you by Grip Royal, the top 64 qualifying. I'm just really itching to see what the score was.
Yeah, the judges are really talking to each other, pointing out at the track. They're really deliberating something.
I mean, the biggest issue was the initiation.
Well, the biggest issue right now is who has more fruit roll-ups.
Oh gosh,
that's the question.
Dan was about to get on the radio, but you can see Dwayne Ramsey pulling up some more papers.
Those of you that don't know the judges, we have Mr. Will Parsons right there to the left with the baseball cap, and then in the middle we have Officer Dan. To the right we have Mr. Dwayne Ramsey. All three judges, a combination of about 50 years of experience. All of them have been judges, competitors, event organizers. All these
drivers.
guys, they organize events, and they've done just about everything you can think of in drifting. So it's great to have those three guys in the judges booth, and we're going to see what's going to happen. Is Alec Honadell going to take that money from Adam LZ, or is Adam LZ going to have an extra $1,000?
Also got to thank the track staff, making sure that the event runs smoothly, and I think a main motivator was trying to beat the rain.
Yeah,
and they've accomplished that. So
correct.
Yep.
Shout out to them.
All right. Oh boy.
What?
No way.
Are you serious?
Absolutely bonkers. He has done it again, folks. The Maverick, the wild card, Mr. Alec Honadell, has done it again and taken the top spot here at Klutch Kickers with a 94.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That man is 0 to hero in real life. I mean, the guy is unreal when it comes to
so dialed in. Always leaving us at the edge of our seats, coming from a 0 to a 94, 0 to hero, and the last qualifying run, taking home $1,000 already. Tomorrow we have more action awaiting, but I want to go ahead and thank our sponsors. We want to thank Island Resort Hotel. For the people that are here and they can hear me, come join us at the Island Resort Hotel for the official after party of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We want to thank BC Racing Coilovers. We want to thank Chase Bays. We want to thank Drift HQ, Grip Royal, Ignite Racing Fuels, Nitrous Outlet, RTS Race Tech Services, Kensei Wheels, Tire Streets, Action Clutch, Liquid Molly, Cosmo Tires, Lucky Labo, ECU Masters, Fun Haver. We want to thank the other vendors, Frozen Yeti, Shaved Ice. We want to thank Dippin' Dots and Juan's Tacos and all of the amazing staff of Klutch Kickers that make this happen, make Klutch Kickers what it is. Round 4, Season 2 of the $100,000 Drift Series. Please tune back in tomorrow.
Nice and wide. Alec known to fill the zones where he's supposed to put the car where it needs to be. Yeah, what do you guys think? Good board. Wow.
This murder puts me in the mood.
What's your opinion on E36s?
It's the superior chassis.
Ballin' since I was a kid. But before opening and filming the skits, I had to go to get rich. I broke down, can't fix that shit. I cried at night, I admit that shit. I'm too old out with that bitch. She left me alone, but I'm just that bitch. Right now, I hit that bitch. Shame on me, but they think I switch. Fuck old friends, I don't know that bitch. Crack so big, can't hold that shit. Can't get down when I hold that shit.
meter set so you don't turn on and stuff. Yeah. Fired up.
Shit. puts me in the mood.
What's your opinion on E36s?
It's the superior chassis.
Ballin' since I was a chick, but before opening and filming the skits, I had to go to get rich. Fix that shit, I cried at night, I admit that shit. I'm too old out with that bitch, she left me alone, but I miss that bitch. Right now, I hit that bitch. Name on me, but they think I switch. Fuck old friends, I don't know that bitch. Racks too big, can't hold that shit. Can't get on when I hold that shit.
All we do so that you guys can come out and win 20 grand a round. Yeah, it's a lot of work. We are the boys.
And the bottle heater is set so you don't turn on and stuff. Yeah.
Fired up. Shit.
Our third place finisher will be taking home $10,000.
Mm-hmm.